Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect, we're live, we're live. Let me just my camera real quick. There we go. Alright, we're live. And what are we going to be doing this live? This live we're going to be working on, firstly, last live we worked on images using Pygames. I was getting a quick grasp on it. I did a lot of practice off stream, so this stream I'm pretty much ready for it. So let me go to my this screen. Hold up, I don't want to get copyright. Give me a sec, guys. Let me open PyCharm. Alright, perfect. Okay, and I did work a little off stream because I don't want to be a complete egg on stream. That aside, we go with Control A, delete that, do that, and get this way up here. Okay, perfect. Hello, your voice is low. Oh, is it? Is my mic kinda? Mic testing. Okay, is my mic pretty good now? And guys, ignore me if I can't talk. I'm not warmed up yet. Although, how are you doing, Dev Mindset? I appreciate you joining the stream. Let me say, Sensei, I'm live. Yeah, guys, it's a little hard for me to talk as soon as I start the stream for some reason. Can you load the song sound? Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, I was kind of curious if my music was high. There we go. Is that good? Maybe a bit lower. Alright, does that sound good? Alright, let's see. Yes, Vivek, finally get that energy up. I want everyone watching to feel it. Here's your opening line. Say it with power. Yeah, that's good? Okay, perfect. Listen up, world. Today we're not just planning with code, we're building Python to our will. Failure is not an option, only progress, only victory. Now, this moment of truth, we're diving into images and Pygame like last time. Here's our mission for the stream. Load a PNG image, make it move with arrow keys, make sure it doesn't leave the screen bounds, and remember, Vivek, the master has failed more times than the novice has tried. Today we fail, we fix, and we master. Do you want me to give you a broken code to fix the... Honestly, Sensei, I can write a code without any instructions, then send it to you. Yeah, honestly, guys, I think that I should move on a bit and write a few codes without instructions, because for the day 100, I'm not going to be using ChatGPT slash Sensei. It's just going to be whatever I learned so far. Okay, yes, that's the spirit. No excuses, no hints. Just write the damn code. Show me you've got this in your head and don't hold back. Load your PNG, make it move, clamp it inside the screen, and handle input everything we practiced. Okay, Sensei is kind of laggy. Let me just mute myself. Alright, perfect. While that loads. Okay, so I did work on a few PNGs. Like, I did make a few PNGs off stream. For example, this background. This was actually pretty good. I even made a few potions, so like that's the HP potion. I wouldn't need these right now, but I'll need this later. And then I made like a few weapons. These are pretty basics, like a shield. The reason I use pixel, like the pixel art, because that's pretty easy. You just got to copy the pixel measurements and like redraw it. That's the sword, and these are the health PNGs that I did before. But I did draw this as well. This was kind of hard, but it honestly looks kind of cool. Okay, that aside, let me go here to the... Okay, let me start off by importing Pygame. So the game that I was thinking is gonna be my NPC is gonna be automated, is gonna be moving to the uh x-axis to the left, if that made any sense. It's a little hard to explain. Let me just write the code first. And guys, I feel I'm talking like way too much. If I can phrase anything properly, ignore me for now. I'm not warmed up yet, but let me just do that. Okay, let me initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. Let me add FPS, so clock equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, perfect. Let me just change this to Pygame. Okay, and maybe add a comment that says FPS controller. Alright, and then let me add my display. For my display, let me create a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set_mode. Okay, And I did like learn one more thing. Few people were like, you can just create like a width equals to 800 and height equals to 600 variables instead of writing it here. They were like, that makes it easier. So yes, I can do that. Width and height. Alright, and then let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. Okay, for my caption, let me keep the game's name something like, I don't know, dodge the NPC. Yeah, guys, I can't think of names. Okay, the demon is really cool. I appreciate the compliment, Dev Mindset. Okay, and then, honestly, guys, give me a sec. Let me just on the fan real quick. It's really hot here. Let me just bird back real quick. There we go. It was actually pretty hot. I can hardly focus when it's so hot. Alright, that aside, next up, let me go and add my background. I did make a background as well, so I'll go with bg equals to pygame dot image dot load. Let me load an image. My image is going to be from my game items, and then two forward slashes, my background. Okay, and then two forward slashes, my game background. I will just convert it, I won't convert it to alpha because it's not a PNG. Okay, let's see. Let me actually add my game loop as well. Okay, game loop. And I might actually add collisions too. So is underscore running. Actually, never mind. I'm not used to adding collisions. Let me go with a while loop. While is running, while my program is running, or while my is running is set to true, I will do something. I will add FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. And let me add an FPS here. Okay, now let me iterate over all my Pygame events. So I'll go with for every event in my pygame.event.get. This gets all my Pygame events. I will look for a specific type of events. Okay, if my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will do something. I'll set my is running to be equal to false. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.flip, actually pygame.display.flip. This is gonna update my screen, and lastly a pygame.quit. Okay, now let me import my background. So before that, actually let me go with a lower background. And guys, yeah, I'm not real fluent with this because I just worked a little on this. Let's see. So go with screen.blit. Okay, so now to import my background, I can add my bg. That should import my background if I were to run the command. Okay, it does import my background, but the proportions are wrong, so I can use the transform. Let me go here and reassign my background variable to be how you doing, Siri? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, I can reassign my background variable to be equal to, let's see, so pygame.transform.scale. Okay, the parameters are good is going to be my width and my height. Um, actually my background. So the parameter is going to be my background. This is going to be in a tuple. Guys, this is a bit complicating for me to understand just yet. There we go. Okay, that works. That perfectly works. Okay, next up, let me load my NPCs. So let me go with load NPC. All right, to load my NPC, let me add a dictionary of NPCs. So for my dictionary, I'll go with my file. So my file is basically going to be my NPC's path. So pygame.image.load my NPC's path. So I'll give my file path. So game items two forward slashes. My NPC goes in my NPCs, so NPCs, two more forward slashes, and I'm pretty sure it's called boss, right? Okay, my boss PNG. And then let me add a comma. Okay, I'll add my NPCs x-axis, y-axis, x velocity, and y velocity because I am trying to automate my NPCs. So I'll go with NPCs x-axis is going to be let's see. I'll go with 0 for now. Y-axis is going to be 0 as well. Actually, I gotta add a comma. Okay, and then let's see. I might add a. Actually, I gotta go with an x velocity. My NPC's x velocity is gonna be, I don't know, like 7 pixels per frame, and my NPC's y velocity is gonna be something like 7 pixels per frame as well. And I always forget to add a comma. Okay, I have x velocity. I mean x axis, y axis, x velocity, y velocity. That honestly, that's probably it for my NPC, right? Oh, I gotta add size as well. Okay, so size is gonna be 0.1, which is 10%. I can change the sizes later. Okay, now let me process my NPCs. So I'll go with process NPCs. Okay, so to process my NPC, let me go with um pygame dot. Actually, guys, I need to drink some water. It's a little hard because I've been memorizing this the whole day yesterday. Not only memorizing, I've been understanding this as well, but it's still a little hard to be fluent with it. All right, so I'll need a size. So let me go with the pygame dot transform. Okay, actually, no mind. I'll need an image. So NPC image. So NPC underscore image um equals to, let's see, my NPC at index of file. I'm reassigning my NPC at index of file to my NPC image. Now let me change the size of this image. Okay, so my NPC underscore image equals to, let's see, my NPC's image it's going to be a tuple. Okay, and then an integer. Actually, I shouldn't reassign. This should be my new size. So new size. Guys, I'm still getting used to this. It's too much to process. Okay, new size is gonna be my NPC's file. So my NPC image dot get width. I'll get my NPC's images width and I'll multiply it by my NPC at index of size, which is like 0.1 or like 10%. Honestly, let me write this in a new line. So I'll go with an integer, my NPC underscore image. I'll do the same thing, but this time instead of having my width, I'll get my height. So NPC at index of height, I'll multiply that with NPC at index of size. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Now, lastly, let me set my NPC underscore image. I'll reassign that variable to be equal to my NPC's image and my new size. Okay, lastly, let me transform my image. So I'll go with pygame dot transform dot scale. Honestly, I think this part doesn't make sense here. Okay, so I'll go with my NPC image and my new size. There we go. Now let me load my NPC in. Do you know GitHub? Honestly, I've been wanting to like look into GitHub for so long. Like many people have been saying me that, but I keep forgetting it. I'll definitely look into it today. Let me load my player. Although, is GitHub like a place where people share their code or like review other people's code? Because that would be pretty helpful actually. Okay, I'll go with screen.blit. Let me blit my NPC image. Okay, And then my position. So for my position, I'll go with a tuple, my NPC at index of x-axis, and my NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, let me just run the command and check if my NPC is in the screen. Okay, my NPC is in the screen. All I gotta do is change its size. Uh, Transform scale. Actually, I might have to go with NPC underscore image equals to, let's see, a tuple. Actually, not a tuple. NPC image. Guys, this is so confusing. This part always gets me. Okay, so I have my NPC image, and then I have my new size. I multiplied my image size with my NPC size. Okay, I did the same thing with my height. And then I transformed my image. So I'm pretty sure I got it reassigned by this image to be the size of this. Alright, so okay, that should be correct. So NPC image or NPC image equals to a tuple. Let's try it. So my NPC underscore image and my new size. But I need my transform. This is the job of my transform. I honestly don't want to check a reference because I did this a couple of times. My NPC does spawn here. That's x-axis, that's y-axis. Uh, okay. Guys, I honestly remember. Maybe let me drink some more water to recall. Because usually when I drink water, it just clicks on my mind. Okay, so let's think this through. I loaded my NPC in here. Now, for processing my NPC, I don't need to use a for loop because this is not a list. So I just went with my NPC and reassigned my NPC at index of file to my, I created a variable called NPC image and assigned my NPC at index of file, my image's file path to it. I have my x-axis, y-axis, velocities, and size. For my new size, I went with an integer npc.getWidth multiplied by my NPC's size. I did that same thing with my NPC's height. Okay, and then I transformed pygame.transform. Didn't I dot convert alpha? Oh, I didn't have dot convert alpha. Okay, there we go. That didn't do much, but convert alpha is pretty good. I'm pretty sure I got it reassigned my NPC's image. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? I'm pretty sure I'm correct. What if I change my size from here to 0.2? It doesn't affect my NPC size, honestly. I might actually check the reference because I didn't do much of these kind of questions. So I have a new size and then player image equals pygame.transform. Oh, okay. Alright, that was okay, never mind. That was kind of stupidish. I just assigned my player image. So I can go with npc underscore image equals to pygame.transform. Okay, this was the only part where I messed up. That's honestly kind of embarrassing, but at the same time, okay, there we go. Now we have our image here. Okay, so I just had to reassign my NPC image to be equal to this. Okay, now let's move the coordinates of my NPC. I want my NPC to be somewhere here in the screen. So I have x-axis, y-axis. Let me change that to somewhere around 400. Okay, maybe 450. And change that to 1. Okay. Yeah, guys, the reason I'm doing this right now is because this stream I did want to work on game logic because I remember there was like a last stream where I was like actually working collision and I said I would work on game logic, but I couldn't work because collisions was kind of overwhelming. Okay, let's change this to, I don't know, something like 600. Okay, the NPC is just out of the map. Let me go with 300. Let's see. Okay, that position looks perfect. I just want to go a bit more back. What if I change this to 600? There we go. Okay, okay. Maybe 650. Alright, that okay, that actually looks good. I do want to use the random module. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get the NPC movements. Let me automate my NPCs. So let me go with NPC movements. Okay, for my NPC movement, I'll go with my NPC at index of x-axis. I'll increase my NPC's x-axis by my NPC's x-axis velocity. I just want to do that with x-axis and not y-axis. Okay, actually, let me subtract it. I want my NPC to go backwards, like to the x 0. There we go. Now, I wanna loop my NPC. So I don't know. Is it called loop? So loop NPC, because whenever my NPC leaves the window, I want it to spawn back in the window. So let me go with NPC. Actually, if my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, okay, I might change that 0 later. I will do something. Actually not 0, let's go with 100. My NPC at index of x-axis equals to 100. There we go, equals to 100. Okay, now let's see. Okay, actually equals to 0. What is my NPC's actual location? It's, let's see, x-axis is 650. Let me copy that and paste it here. Okay, now he should get back. Okay, there we go. Let me change this to something like 300. Okay, actually 300 is kind of bad. Let me go with 50. Alright, maybe 0. Okay, I think I'll go with -50. Guys, let me know if this is how you guys do it as well, like hard coding it. The reason I'm like hard coding is because I think that we need to learn pixel perfect is it called pixel perfect that's pixel perfect collision. Yeah, about pixel perfect collisions, because yesterday I was like Sensei was messing up a little because basically my PNG is a box, so whenever that invisible square box hits the screen, that's when my player stops. But that didn't make, I can't explain, guys. It's a little hard to explain. Okay, but I feel I feel like I'm getting a grasp of this. It's just hard to explain it words. There we go. That looks perfect. Okay. Now let's go ahead and add my players. What is your age, kid? I'm 17 years old. Really excited for my birthday. It's on January 5th. Might stream that time. No, let's see this. Let's go with okay, now let me load my player. So load player. To load my player, let me go with a dictionary. Player equals to a dictionary. My player's x-axis is gonna be something like, I'll keep it 0 for now. Y-axis is gonna be 0 as well. Okay, and then my player's velocity. So my player's velocity is gonna be, I don't know, something like 8 pixels per frame. Honestly, that's all my player needs. Okay, my player does need a size as well, so the size is going to be 0.1. Yeah, that's honestly pretty much it that my player needs. Okay, now let me process my player as well. So process player. Hook. Guys, I apologize. I'm real bad at reading Hindi. I should learn how to read Hindi, but I'm real bad at pronouncing. I don't want to be disrespectful with pronouncing the wrong words, so I don't try reading it. Okay, let me process player. Okay, so to process my player, I need the same thing. So my player underscore image, my did I write img, because img would be much easier to write. So my player image is gonna be equal to, let's see, my player at index of, I forgot add a file, so let me go with file and add a file path. Okay, so the file path is going to be my pygame.image.load. Okay, so I'm gonna go with my game items, two forward slashes, and then my NPCs. My player should be in like a different folder that's called like heroes, I don't know. Okay, my player PNG. Alright, so my player underscore image is gonna be my player index of file path, and then my new size. Uh, Guys, I really apologize. I can't read these. The chat is basically like I should actually learn, but I don't have enough time. Okay, so for my new size, let me go with a tuple. Go with integer. Now for my new size, I'll go with my player underscore image. There we go. Okay, so my player image dot get underscore width. I'll get the width of my image. Then I'll multiply it by, or I'll multiply it by my player at index of size. Okay, and then maybe in a new line I'll go with another integer. Now I'll get the height of my player's image. So my player image dot get underscore height, and I'll multiply the height by my player at index of size as well. Alright, perfect. Now let me reassign my player underscore image to be equal to pygame.transform.scale. Guys, ignore my typos, I cannot type. Okay, so I'm gonna scale my player's image to be my player's image, comma, my new size. There we go. Okay, now my player's image should be perfect. Let me go ahead and load my image here. So let me load player. Okay, so to load my player, go with screen.blitz, and then add my player underscore image. Okay, perfect. Comma, maybe like, actually I do need to add my x-axis. So my player underscore x-axis and my player on, actually my player on at index of axis. Oh my gosh, guys, I can't talk. This is way too overwhelming for me to actually do it on my own, because usually if you guys like watch my previous streams, I do codes where like Sensei gives me instructions slash chat GPT gives me instructions, and I just follow the instructions. This is like I'm just doing it from my brains or what I remember. Okay, next up, let me add my player movement. So player movement, there we go. Okay, movement. Alright, so for my player movement, I'm going to be drinking some water first. This takes a lot of energy, guys. Okay, let me drink some water. Alright, so for my player movement, let me go ahead and create a variable called keys. I'll set that equal to, let's see, pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, and then I'll add an if statement. I'm kind of envious that you have started so much younger than me. Honestly, yeah, I did want to start a bit early, but I still feel like I'm starting pretty late. It is kind of complicating, but I'm trying to get a good grasp of it. So let's go with keys at index of pygame.key. If my key, let's go with, is right, if my right key is pressed, I will do something. I will reassign my player at index of x-axis to increase by my player at index of velocity. Then if my keys at index of pygame.key is left, if my left key is pressed, I'll fix my typo. Guys, half the time I'm just messing up because of my typos. Okay, I'll go with player at index of x-axis. I'll increase that by my player at index of velocity. Let me do that for the top and bottom as well. If my keys at index of y-axis this time, actually if my keys at index of, excuse me guys, pygame dot key is up. The I will reassign my player's y-axis to, actually this should be minus. Okay, I will decrease my player's y-axis by my player at index of velocity. Okay, finally for my down key, is that called down key? My pygame.key, if it's down, .k is down, I will increase my player's y-axis, so player at index of y-axis, by my player at index of velocity. Okay, that was pretty hard. Okay, now if I were to run the command, my player should move properly. There we go. Okay, although I do want to trap my player in my screen. This is going to be the complicated part. Actually, it's not actually complicating. Okay, let's go and try to copy this. Trap player, trap player in window. Okay, perfect. To trap my player in window, let me type my player at index of x-axis. So I'll reassign my player at index of x-axis to max, which is gonna be, I don't know, let me keep it 0 for now. And min is gonna be my player at index of x-axis, comma, let's see, my player, actually 800 minus my player at index of width. Actually, player, is it going to be my player image dot get width? I'm pretty sure it's that. So player underscore image dot get width. Okay, I'm pretty sure that makes sense. Okay, and then for my player at index of y-axis, I'll do the exact same thing. Max, which is going to be 0. Min, which is going to be player at index of y-axis. Okay. 600, my window size, minus my player underscore image dot get underscore height. Okay, so I forgot to add a pair of parentheses. Okay, so now if I run the command, I am gonna have a few boundaries, so I can go past that. I can go past that, there and there. Okay, but I do want to tweak a few things. Like, what happens if I change this to 100? Did that change like anything? Okay, it did. I want this to be something like -50. Okay, I can go this back, guys. Does this back look good? Like, if up this back? Maybe, I guess. Maybe like 60, guys. I'm a little picky when it comes to adding positions. Okay, there we go. Okay, for my y-axis, how low can I go? That should look pretty good for the y-axis. Okay, for right, maybe I'll change this to 900. Okay. Maybe 850. Guys, let me know if you guys also do this manually, because I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, actually, I do kind of know what I'm doing, but not like as much as you guys do. So 880, because since I did say me multiple times not to hardcode stuff like this, but I feel this is the only way to get the accurate accesses. Okay, that's perfect. Now I do want to lock my player only in this place, so I might change this to be something like 100. Actually, let's go with 300. Okay, if I would run the command, okay, I'm locked here. Maybe 400. Okay, 350. Alright, this should be good. Okay, last up 390. Alright, this is honestly perfect. Wait, I had to decrease it, right? So 320. Okay, this is good. I don't okay, alright, perfect. That's good. Now I do want to add like wins and losses. Honestly, let me show this to Sensei real quick. Control A, Control C. Oh, guys, that was honestly a lot. Let me paste it at a bunch of spaces. And yeah, I know I wasn't being as entertaining because this, I was trying to use all the brain power that I had. Let's say Sensei, I made this on my own added um caps to or trapped my player in my grounds or in the ground. Trap my player on the ground so it can just move in the brown area of my floor, and also automated a NPC to leave the screen and shine back. Did that make any sense? If that made any sense. Um, there we go. Okay, guys, that was honestly a lot. Let me actually check if I'm audible. Da-da-da. Okay, perfect. Alright, Vivek, listen to me carefully. I see what you did there, and yes, it makes sense, but there's things that need my angry attention. Background perfect. Scaling it to the screen is solid. NPC, you used it, gave it velocity, and made it loop. Smart move, but you hard coded the reset position to 700. That works, but if the screen size changes, think bigger. Player climbing, you set -60 for x-axis. Okay, for y, this is sloppy. You trap the player on the brow. Yes, clever, but magic numbers are dangerous. You should calculate limits based on the screen and image so it's flexible. But in order, you bitted the NPC before updating its position. Not technically wrong, but keep update logic first, then draw. Okay, prevent weird flickering if you start animating more NPCs. Okay, player image. You didn't use .convert alpha for the player. Why? If your PNG has transparency, this will cause weird backgrounds around your sprite. Now, don't get cocky. You did a lot right. The fact you trapped your player cleverly and automated the NPC is impressive, but I can smell the lazy number hand coding from here. Mission: fix the player and reset the NPC dynamics for player X and Y. Limits should be 0, width and height. Okay, honestly, let me say, Sensei, the reason I hard coded it is because I didn't use pixel perfect collisions. So basically, my NPC is inside of a inside of a box, and my NPC and my NPC's body parts um body parts don't hit the edges. The invisible Rex does. Guys, ignore my typos. Oh my gosh, I cannot type. I keep working on my what you call it, on my typing, but I still make a lot of typos. Dot. Let's see. Oh, now I get Vivek. Yes, that makes sense. The magic numbers are basically a workaround for the invisible bounding box of your NPC and player. Your brain is working, but let me yell at you anyways. Listen carefully. Relying on magic numbers like this is a band-aid. One day you're going to add more sprites, animations, different sizes, or a moving background, and that system will break hard. You need to learn proper pixel perfect collision so your NPC and player actually collide where their bodies are, not just the rectangles. What you've done is clever for now, but you're not settling for clever hacks. We want precision. You need to either calculate offsets dynamically based on sprite dimensions or start using masks for pixel perfect collision in Pygame. Pygame.mask.form_surface. Okay, I honestly never heard of the mask.form_surface. Right now your code works, but I see the future where this will bite you if you keep boxing everything. If you want, we can upgrade your player slash NPC collision to pixel perfect this stream, and I'll make you do it without shortcuts. Honestly, Sensei, I actually might learn it, but before that, I've Never heard of the Pygame dot mask dot from surface function. What does it do? Function, what does it do? Okay, guys, I honestly never heard of the masks. Ha ha ha, finally some curiosity in that head of yours. Listen up, Vivek, this is important. Pygame.mask.fromSurface creates a mask from the opaque pixel. Is that how you pronounce it? That opaque pixel of a surface? Here's what that means in English, because I know you like pictures in your brains. I do like, guys. I don't know how Sensei knows that. Normally, when you do collision detection in Python, it uses the rect of the sprite. That's just a rectangle around your image. The problem your sprite might have transparent areas like the empty space around a PNG character. If you use rect collision, the game thinks those empty pixels are solid. That's why your NPC is inside a box. Masks fix this. They look at every pixel and say 1 equals solid, 0 equals transparent pixel. Once you have masks, you can check pixel perfect collision between two objects, so your NPC and player will only collide when they actually touch, not the rectangles. NPC rect, mask rect, transparent pixels ignored. Oh, and in a code basic idea. Okay, offset equals see that no more invisible box problem. The offset is because mask only checks overlapping areas, not absolute points. Alright, alright. Sensei! Exclamation. I actually um want to learn that. Can you show me how could I utilize that? Utilize that in my code question mark. That's my code. Or Vivek, you asked for this. Now pay attention. We're going to upgrade your code to pixel perfect collision using pygame.mask.fromSurface. I'm going to explain step by step so you can integrate it into your existing code. Create mask for player and NPC. After you scale your images, generate masks like these. Okay. Mask for pixel perfect collision. Let me actually check if I'm audible, because my mic sometimes just randomly stops working. That's kind of annoying. I should probably get a new mic. Okay, masks for pixel perfect collision. NPC underscore mask equals to pygame.mask.from surface NPC image. Player underscore mask equals to pygame.mask from surface. Okay, NPC mask, player mask. Put this right after your pygame.transform.scale lines in each image. Check for collisions each frame. In your game loop, after moving your NPC and player, calculate this offset. Okay, offset between player and NPC. Offset x equals player at index x minus NPC at index x. Offset y equals to player at index y minus NPC at index y. Offset equals to offset x, offset y. Pixel perfect collision check. Collision underscore point equals to. Excuse me, guys. Okay, pixel perfect collision. Collision point equals to NPC mask dot overlap. Integrated in your loop. You don't need to change your movement or bidding, just add the collision check after updates. Okay. Vivek, this is the real deal. No more invisible, no more invisible boxes, no more hacks. This is how pros handle. Tip: later you can replace print with health decrease, game over, or bouncing logic. Your collision is now precise enough to use anywhere. Alright, let me honestly check if that does work. It was my birthday today, Viv. Oh, how'd your birthday go? And I appreciate joining the stream, Mohammed. How old are you turning, if you want to say that? Okay, let's see. Although, how was your birthday? Did you like buy a cake or something? Alright, let's see. So, pixel perfect collision, offset. Okay, so after my, let's see, after I process my players. Okay, this is my NPC. Let me first do my NPC. So after I process my NPC, let me go ahead and add a offset. So offset between player and NPC. Honestly, this is between my player and NPC. What if I wanted to add an offset between my um window and my my window size? Sensei, does this does this just work for players for PNGs? Like if one PNG collides with the other question mark and not the edges of my window question mark. Let's see. 22. Yes, bought cake, what to eat. Honestly, if it's a sugar-free cake, I might try it. Yeah, honestly, I don't, for some reason, I don't like the taste of sugar, but I do like eating sweet stuff like natural sugars. I do like jaggery and all that. Although, that aside, exactly, like, listen closely. Pygame.mask.from surface only cares about the. Guys, I don't know how to pronounce this. Octupixels of a surface. So yes, it works perfectly for PNG sprites with transparency. It does not care about the edges of your window. The window boundaries are still rectangles defined by width and height. If you want to stop your player at the edge of the screen, you still need clamming like you already do. So in short, collision type, what it handles: player with NPC sprite shapes, player.mask, pixel perfect collision. Player versus window edge, max min clamping or rect based tips. You can combine them. First, clamp your player inside the window, then do pixel perfect collision with NPCs. That way, you avoid weird falling off or glitchy overlaps. If you want, Vivek, I can show you a full example where the player moves its clamped and pixel perfect collision with an NPC handle. So you can copy paste first stream. Okay, let me actually honestly, Sensei, I actually might like the reference code. Actually, might need the reference code. Okay. Hell yeah, Vivek, you need it. You get it, no excuses. Here's a clean reference version of your code with player movement clumping and pixel perfect collision with an NPC fully integrated. So we started off by importing Pygame, then we initialized Pygame, added an FPS controller or display with height screen. Okay. Oh, I could do it that way as well. We have a background, we loaded our background, we transformed our background, and then npc image equals to, okay, we loaded our npc image, we transformed our npc, we added an npc mask. Oh, and then we added our npc's x-axis, y-axis, and velocity. We loaded our player. Okay, we transformed our player to scale it. Then we added our player. Okay, player mask, then game loop. Okay, then we move our npc. Okay, we automated our npc. We moved our player. We added like keys to our players. Clamp player with window. We trapped our player. Pixel perfect collision. Offset. Okay, offset equals player at x-axis minus player minus npc at x-axis, player at y-axis minus npc at y-axis. If npc underscore mask dot overlap, if my npc overlaps with my player mask, and offset print collision, handle it. Okay, draw everything, screen, blit, so I drew my background, drew my npc, drew my player, flipped it, updated it. What this fixes for you: player can only move in the floor around clamped. Okay, npc moves across the screen and loops back dynamically. Pixel perfect collision, detect only actual sprite pixels, no magic numbers for the rest. Okay, for the reset, use width dynamically. Like this is pro level sprite handling, copy paste it. Honestly, I do want to copy paste it once and check if the code actually works properly. Let me go with control A, control V. Okay, so my NPC is still locked here. Okay, but my NPC isn't completely locked because that box is still up there. But what happens if my, okay, that's pixel perfect. I could add a for loop. So for the pixel perfect collision, I wanted to print boom collide once. Okay, that makes sense. Let me go with Control Z, and then I might copy my this thing, Control C, then Control Shift C. Okay, and then let me paste that here. Guys, I feel like I'm making the stream way too boring. Alright, so let me run the command. Okay, I'm actually kind of stuck here. Huh. Okay. Let me... Okay, I honestly just wanted to learn the pixel perfect collision. So let me actually just first see the reference for the pixel perfect collision. Okay, might go with Control Z's. Offset an NPC, go here, copy that, Control A, Control V. Alright, so now let's see the pixel perfect collisions. First, I add pixel perfect collision and then offset. So my offset is going to be equal to player's x-axis minus my NPC's x-axis and my player's y-axis minus my NPC's y-axis. Then I add an if statement. If my NPC underscore mask overlaps my player mask, okay, and offset, print collision, handle it. Okay. I might add a for loop. Alright, let me actually get Sensei here real quick. Okay, let me say, Sensei, I tried it and it does work, but I just want it to print the collision text once. It prints it 60 times per second because my FPS is set to 60. Ha ha ha, Vivek, I see that. Of course, it prints 60 times per second. Your collision check runs every frame while the sprite overlap. You need to detect the collision once, then ignore repeats until the sprite separates. Here's how you fix it. The collision false. Okay. Collision is going to be true, else collision is going to be false. Guys, I just got my chair down. What? Okay. What is this? What this does? Prints one collision. Okay. Da, da, da. Alright, I honestly see. Let me just check if I'm audible. Okay, perfect. Alright, and actually, okay, I might just on that because today the day isn't that bright. Actually, let me just close it. Alright, so let me actually write this whole thing again. So I'll start off by importing pygame, and then let me initialize pygame by typing pygame.init, and then I'll add an FPS. So pygame dot time dot clock. Okay, I'll probably add a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me go ahead and add my display. So display, or there we go. Okay, I'll create a variable called screen. Okay, I'll set that equal to pygame dot display, or display dot set underscore mode. Hey, I will probably add like a width and height here. I'll set that equal to my width is going to be 800, height is going to be 600. Then my width and height. So width and height. Okay, and then I will like lubricate my lips. My lips are actually pretty dried. Guys, I'm probably kind of dead as well this stream because I did wake up like a little late. So yeah, as soon as I woke up, I was like working on making these sprites and everything. Let me go with pygame.display.set underscore caption. Let me set a caption to be something like, I don't know, collision. Okay, and then let me add my background. So load background. Okay, so to load my background, let me add a background variable. I'll set that equal to pygame dot image or image dot load. Okay, and then I'll give the file path of my background. So it's game items, two forward slashes, background, two forward slashes, game background. Okay, and then I'll convert it. Convert. Okay, and then let me transform my background. So my background equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. I'll scale my background to be background a tuple of my width and height. Guys, I feel I should use like a different background. This background is awful. Alright, and then let me load my NPC now. So load NPC. Okay, to load my NPC, let me create a dictionary of my NPC. Okay, which is gonna have my NPC's x-axis. That's gonna be, I'll keep that 0 for now. Honestly, I might not need to do that. I can just like add NPC at dictionary, x-axis, which is gonna be 0, y-axis, which is gonna be 0 as well. Okay, maybe I gotta do this, that. Okay, perfect. Then my x-axis velocity for my NPC, which is going to be, I don't know, like 5 pixels per frame. Honestly, I might add a few shapes as well. Even let me add a y velocity for my NPC, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Let me add a size for my NPC. My NPC size is going to be 0.1. Okay, that should pretty much be all for my NPC. Let me actually go and type npc underscore image, which is going to be equal to my pygame dot image dot load my image path. So game items, two forward slashes, npcs, two forward slashes, and my boss png dot convert underscore alpha. Okay, let me just fix my typo. Guys, ignore my typos, I cannot spell. Okay, yeah. Okay, now that I loaded my NPCs, gave the NPCs its attributes, let me load my players. So load player. Hey, let me go with player underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame dot image dot load and my player image path. So let me fix my typo real quick. Pygame, so my file path is going to be my game items, two forward slashes, my NPCs. I don't know why is my NPC my player, why is my player my NPC's category. I'll go with player PNG. Okay, since it's a PNG, I'll convert it to alpha as well. So convert underscore alpha. Okay, and then let me transform my player. Actually, give it its attributes. So NPC equals to my bad guys. Player equals to a dictionary, my player's attributes. So my player's x-axis is gonna be something like, I don't know, I'll keep it 0 for now. Y-axis is gonna be 0 as well. Okay, and then my player's x-axis velocity, actually I just need to add a velocity. Okay, my player's velocity is gonna be 8 pixels per frame. And then let's see, my player's size is gonna be size is gonna be, I don't know, like 0.1. Okay, and lastly, I gotta resize my player and resize my NPC as well. Okay, let me go with my NPC underscore image equals to a tuple integer. Let me typecast. What do I'm going to write it to an integer? So my NPC underscore image dot get underscore width. I'm going to multiply that by my npc at index of size. Okay, then let me do the same thing for my height of my npc image as well. So npc underscore image dot get underscore height. Okay, I'll multiply that with my npc at index of size. Okay, perfect. I should do this exact same thing with my player. Let me just copy that because I'm real lazy to type. Honestly, let me just type it. So my player underscore image is gonna be equal to pygame dot. Actually, never mind. It's gonna be a tuple of. Let me typecast to an integer. So my player underscore image. Okay, dot get underscore width. Let me get the width of my image. Multiplied by my player at index of size. Okay, and lastly, let me do that with my player's height as well. So integer player underscore height dot get underscore height. I'll multiply that with my player at index of size. Okay, did I spell something wrong? Oh, my bad, guys. This should be image. Okay, perfect. Now my player's image is loaded and processed. My player's um actually my NPC and player's image is loaded. Now let me process it. So process player. To process my player, let me go with player underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. Let's see. This should be new size. Okay, and that should be new size as well. Alright, perfect. Let me fix my typo. Transform. Okay, so my new size is going to be my player underscore image, comma, my new size variable. Okay, the same thing goes here. New size, that's the size as well. I think it's already transformed. No, it's not transformed. Um, Let me process my NPC real quick and check if that gives you save error. Let me process my NPC. Okay, so I'll go with my NPC underscore image. I'll reassign my NPC's image to be equal to pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, so I'll scale it to, let's see, my NPC at index of image and my new size. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now for my game loop. So let me go ahead and add a comment that says game loop, and then let me go with a is underscore running boolean variable, so that equal to true, and add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my is running is set to true, while my program is running, let me add FPS. So clock dot tick is gonna be 60. Okay, I'm pretty sure I didn't add FPS. Okay, I mean I added FPS, I forgot to add a clock variable. There we go. Okay, I'll probably add a comment to FPS. Now let me iterate over my event loop. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, I look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will do something. I don't need the parentheses. I will set my is underscore running boolean variable to be false. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.display. I'll add update this time. I usually add flips. Then let me add a pygame.quit. Okay, if I would run the command. Oh, I didn't draw any of my images. Let me go ahead and load my player. So add a comment that says load. Actually, I'll load images. I'll load everything at once. So screen.split. Let's go with my npc um npc underscore image. Let me go with a screen dot split my player image, and then lastly a screen dot split my background. Okay, perfect. Now if I run the command, there we go. I have my tiny npc there, tiny player there, and background. Now I can just change their x-axis. Excuse me guys, let me change to like 600 and see where I go. Okay, I didn't go anywhere. Should I add like a position player? Okay, honestly, let me go with my desk is going to be my player at index of x-axis. Or I'm gonna fix my typo. Player index of x-axis and my player inside the tuple. My player at index of y-axis and close the tuple. Okay, I'll do same thing with my npc. Add a tuple here. Player at index of x-axis. Player at index of y-axis. Okay, perfect. Now my player is going to move. There we go. Oh, my bad, guys. This should be npc at index of x-axis. There we go. npc is there, players there. Let me just change my y-axis now to be something like 300. There we go. Okay, my player is here. Now my npc's x-axis should be 0, so my player is somewhere around there. Perfection, guys. Maybe I'll go with -50. Okay, now my player is going to be a little more back. Okay, perfect. For my npc, I will change my x-axis to be around 600. Okay, that's going to be right there. And now y-axis is going to be like 500. Okay, that's too low. Let's go with 200. Or not 5,200, 200. Okay, honestly, I wouldn't say that's bad. Let me just change this to 300. I want my npc and player to be here. There we go. Okay, and the x-axis can be around like 650. Okay, perfect. Now let me automate my npc. To automate is basically like move my npc. Okay, so I'll go with automate npc. To automate my npc, I'll go with my npc at index of x-axis. I'll increase that with my npc at index of npc at index of x-axis velocity, so x velocity. Now if I run the command, okay, actually let me decrease it. There we go. Now my npc is going to be automated. It's moving here. Perfect. Okay, what if I wanted to get my npc back? So let me add a loop for my npc. Loop npc. To loop my npc, let me go with end of statement. If my npc at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, I will do something. My npc at index of x-axis is gonna be equal to, what was my x-axis here of my npc? Okay, it's gonna be equal to 650. Honestly, I'll change it to like around 750. There we go. So now if my npc goes here, okay, it's gonna spawn back from there. Okay, perfect. Let me just change this to -100. And now the npc goes all the way. Perfect. Okay, it does. I might change this to 150. Okay, now if I run the command, I should increase the speed of my npc. There we go. Now time to add player movements. Let me add my player movements. So player movement. For my player movement, let me do let me add a keys variable. Let's set that equal to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. This basically means if my key gets pressed. Guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. Okay, I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will do something. my player at index of x-axis will increase by my player at index of velocity, which is I think it's around 8 pixels per frame. And if my keys at index of pygame dot key is left this time, let me fix my typo, guys. I cannot type. Okay, let me go here and type pygame. Okay, lowercase pygame. Okay, if my pygame dot key is left, guys, how many times do I gotta type the same exact thing? What? Okay, if it's left, I will do something. My player at index of x-axis is gonna decrease by my player at index of velocity. Okay, let me do that for the top and bottom as well. If my keys at index of pygame.k is up this time, means if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player at index of, okay, my player at index of y-axis, I will decrease it by my player at index of velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key, or this should be out of quotes, pygame.key is down, if my down key is pressed, I will increase my player at index of y-axis by my player at index of velocity. Okay, now I should be able to move my player all around the screen. There we go. Although my player does leave the display, what if I wanted to trap my player in the display? I can go with, let me go here and say trap player in display. Okay, so to trap my player in display, let me go with something like my player player at index of x-axis equals to max. The max is going to be set to 0, the min is going to be set to, I don't know, my player at index of x-axis. Okay, then 800 minus my player dot get width. Actually, my player underscore image dot get underscore width. Guys, that's a lot of process, and I will still tweak these numbers. This should be like this, and I will kind of tweak these numbers. Like if I run the command, if I move here, I get stopped before I exit the screen. Same goes with if I'm back. So instead of this being 0, let me change that to negative 100. I think that's a lot more than okay. Honestly, oh, negative 100, no wonder. Okay, there we go. That's negative 100. Maybe like negative, I don't know, like negative 70. Or not 170, negative 70. Okay, this should be perfect, right? There we go. Okay, nice. And for my x-axis, instead of this being 800, I'll keep that to something like 900. If I run the command, okay, maybe 850. Okay, this should be perfect. If I web a player, there we go. Honestly, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's pretty good. I'll just go with 875. Now if I run the commands, perfect. Okay, now I'll do the same thing for my player at index of y-axis. So my player index of y-axis equals to max. I'll set that to be 0 for now. Min to be player at index of y-axis. Okay, comma. Let's see. I don't know. I'll go with 600 for now. Minus my player underscore image dot get height this time. Get height. There we go. Okay, now if I run the command. Okay, the top looks pretty good. I I might go a little more to the bottom, so maybe I change this to like negative 10. Does that actually change the bottom? No, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that changes the top. Negative 10 was kind of perfect though. I'll change this to 620. Okay, that actually works. Let me change that to 610. Or okay, perfect, guys. This is perfect. My player is completely trapped in the screen, can't move whatsoever. Now let me honestly see if I can add collisions. Okay, let me add a collision detector or detection. Okay, for my collision detection, let's see. Let me drink some water first. That took a lot of my brain power, guys. Okay, it depends. We're working with squares, right? Like with rectangles. So let me go with pygame dot collide rect. Not pygame, my player. If my player's image or my player's image dot collide rect, there's no collide rect. Okay, I could do it with my square. Like if my square dot collide rect, what if I go with player? So if my player dot collide rect. Okay, honestly, yeah, I don't know how to like add collision when we're using actual PNGs. Okay, that aside, let me honestly like, do I want to like, I want to use the random module as well. Let me actually copy this, show this to Sensei real quick. Ta-da. Paste this and say, Sensei, I want to learn, or actually, excuse me, guys. Excuse me again, guys. How do we collide? Guys, give me a sec. Got a call. Okay, let me just say, how do we collide NPCs together? Question mark. Okay, so how do we collide NPCs together? I think that should be pretty good. Honestly, I'll give you a sec. Uh, Vivek, you finally want to step up your game and actually make them bump into each other. Listen closely, we're talking pixel perfect collision between NPCs now. I don't know about the pixel perfect. Guys, ignore the noises, someone is like calling me. Okay, listen closely, we're talking pixel perfect collision between NPCs now, not just player versus NPC. You can absolutely do it. It's the same principle as we use for the player, just two NPCs. Okay, make mask for both NPCs right after you scale the NPC image. Okay, I do have a question. Let me see. Sensei, isn't pixel perfect collision too much for now? Question mark. Um, do you think that I should master that ASAP for adding collisions? Question mark. Exactly, Vivek. Listen to me. You're thinking too far ahead. Pixel perfect collision is powerful, yes, but it's overkill for now. Right now, you're just trying to get multiple NPCs colliding and moving around. You don't need the masks yet. Using Rex collision pygame.rect is simpler, easier to manage, and will let you focus on the game logic first. Here's what you should do: give every NPC a rect. NPC rect pygame.rect. Okay, image width, height. Okay, and then npc2 underscore rect equals pygame npc2 at index of x-axis, y-axis npc get width, get height. Check collisions with collide rect. If npc rect dot collide rect, okay, print npc collided. Okay, if npc at index of velocity. Okay, simple, fast, and perfect for learning movement and bouncing logic. Later, when you add fancy shapes or complex sprites, then you bring in pixel perfect collision. Mimic. Right now, focus on rectangles, logic, and movement. Don't get lost in pixel perfect collision yet. Honestly, guys, let me know if I should learn pixel perfect collision like right now. I've been thinking that I should learn it because that might be more useful for NPCs because like when the NPCs hit each other, if there's like a square here, I don't know. Let me know if you guys think I should do pixel perfect collisions. But let me actually try adding a regular collision. Let me do control A, delete this. Okay, let me just draw shapes and add a regular collision to see if I remember it. So let me start by importing pygame and then initializing pygame. Um, initializing pygame by typing pygame.init. There we go. Okay, and then let me add FPS. So clock equals to pygame dot time dot clock. Okay, I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Alright, and then let me add my display. Display is gonna be screen, or display is gonna be screen equals to pygame dot display dot set underscore mode is going to be set to a tuple. Let me actually add a width equals to 800, height equals to 600. Then let me add my width um, and height. Okay, perfect. Then let me add a caption. So pygame dot display dot set underscore caption. So I don't know, I'll keep my caption to something like collision detection. Okay, perfect. Next up, let me go ahead and add my player details. So player details. For my player details, let me, okay, my player is going to be a rectangle. So player equals to pygame dot rect. Let's see. Let me fix my typo real quick. Okay, so I need the x-axis, y-axis, width, and height. X-axis can be 400, y-axis can be 300. Then width is gonna be something like I don't know, like 100. Height is going to be 100 as well. Honestly, I feel 100 is a lot. Let's go with 50 and 50. Okay, perfect. And then let me go with my player velocity, which is going to be 8 pixels per frame. Okay, then let me add my NPC's details. Okay, for my NPC details, let me go with, I don't know, NPC equals to, my NPC could be a circle. So for a circle, let me add my NPC's x-axis. Actually, a dictionary would be useful. Dictionary. So my NPC's x-axis is gonna be, I don't know, like let's see, 0, and the y-axis is gonna be 100. Okay, maybe let me add a comma. Any comma. Okay, and then let me add my NPC's x-axis velocity, which is gonna be 5 pixels per frame, and then my y velocity, which is going to be 5 pixels per frame as well. Then let me add x-axis, y-axis, radius. So my NPC is radius, which is going to be 40. Okay, now let me add my game loops. So I add a comment that says game loop. Okay, and then let me create a is running boolean variable, set that equal to true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my is running is set to true. Okay, while my is running is set to true, or while my program is running, let me add FPS. So clock.tick is gonna be 60. There we go. Let me add FPS, and then let me iterate over my pygame event. So event loop. For every event in my pygame.event.get, this gets all my pygame events. I look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, okay, I will set my is underscore running, guys, ignore my typos, is underscore running to be equal to false. There we go. Okay, and then let me add a pygame.display.set, actually .flip. This updates my screen, and lastly a pygame.quit. Okay, perfect. Guys, I honestly can't read Hindi properly, so could you guys like type the chat in English? I might not understand. Okay, so next up, for my player graphics, let's go with player graphics. This time, instead of loading an image, I will draw my player. Let me actually go with a screen.fill, a good gray color, because that's the only RGB color I remember of my screen. Okay, so player graphics is gonna be, let's see, pygame dot draw dot shrect, because my player is a rectangle. I want my surface to be my screen. I want my player's color to be, I don't know, black. And my player's width and height is gonna be My player's width and height is going to be my player's variable that has my attributes. Okay, now let me add my player movement. So player underscore, actually just player movement. For my player movement, there we go. Let me add a keys variable, so that equal to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, so if my key gets pressed, I'll add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key dot key is right, if my right key gets pressed, I will increase my um player at index of x-axis by my player's velocity. Okay, doesn't my player have an x-axis? Okay, it's actually player dot x-axis because my player is in a dictionary. So dot x-axis. Okay, and then let me go with if my keys. Da, da, da. It's not for you, Vivek. You can continue. I know you can't read Hindi. That's why I tapped it out. You're doing great, Viv. Just stop answering comments. Hope you don't mind, though. Lots of love to you. Honestly, I appreciate you, Anand. Okay, then let me go with keys at index of ballgame.key. If my key is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my player index of x-axis by my player underscore velocity. Okay, then let me do that for the top and bottom as well. If my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my up key is pressed, I will decrease my player.x-axis by my, actually y-axis this time, by my player's velocity. Let me change that to y-axis real quick. Okay, and lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is dot key is down, I will increase my player dot y-axis by my player's velocity. Alright, so now that should I should be able to move my player. So I have a square, I can move it, but my square can exit the window. For that, I gotta trap my player in my window. To do that, let me go with a comment that says trap player in window. Okay, to trap my player in window, let's see, go with my player dot x-axis equals to max, which is going to be 0, and then min, which is going to be I don't know, like player dot x-axis, and then player dot, actually 800, which is my vertical, I mean my horizontal window size, plus my, actually minus my player dot width, or player dot width. I'll do the same thing with my player dot y-axis. I'll set that equal to max, which is going to be 0 again because my player is rectangle. Then my min is going to be player dot y-axis, this time 600 minus my player dot height. Okay, so now player dot y-axis, did I spell my player wrong? Oh, I did tuple here, my bad guys. There we go. Okay, now if I run the command, my player can't exit from the top, from the left, from the bottom, or from the right. There we go, perfect. Okay, now let me draw my NPCs. So let me add a comment that says NPC details. For my NPC details, let me draw my NPC. My NPC is a circle, so let me go with pygame.draw.circle. I want to draw a circle, the surface. I want it to be my screen. And then the color. The color can be, I don't know, pink. Guys, I can't think on spot. Okay, and then my NPC's attributes. So NPC at index of x-axis, or honestly a tuple of my NPC at index of x-axis, and a my NPC at index of y-axis. Why do I? No, I spelled it wrong twice. Okay, this is the center of my circle, and outside the tuple, let me go with my NPC at index of radius. Okay, this should draw my NPC. This should draw an NPC in my screen. It's right there. Okay, now let me automate my NPC. Automate NPC. Or NPCs. Okay, so to automate my NPC, I'll go with my NPC at index of x-axis. I'll increase that with my NPC at index of x-axis velocity. If I run the command, my NPC is going to go horizontally. That's a slow NPC. But what if I wanted to go vertical as well? I can add NPC at index of y-axis, or okay. Excuse me, guys. Let me increase my NPC at index of y-axis by my NPC at index of y-axis velocity. Okay, now my NPC is going to go like diagonal. Okay, perfect. But my NPC leaves a window. Let me add bounce to my NPC. So to add bounce to my NPC, it's honestly the same as by trap player in window, but I bounce it. So let me go with, if my NPC at index of x-axis is less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis is greater than or equal to 800 minus my NPC at index of radius, and I need to add a minus NPC at index of radius here as well. So minus NPC at index of, there we go, radius. Okay, perfect. I will do something, or my NPC at index of x-axis velocity is going to be multiply my NPC at index of x-axis. I'll multiply my x-axis velocity of my NPC by -1, okay, and then I'll do the same thing for my NPC at index of y-axis minus my NPC at index of radius. If it's less than or equal to 0, or REGIUS. Oh, guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. Okay, if it's less than or equal to 0, or my NPC at index of y-axis, actually this should be x-axis, okay, is greater than or equal to 600 minus my NPC at index of radius. I will do the same thing with my NPC at index of y velocity. I will set it to asterisk equals to -1. Okay, now, although I don't have enough patience for like looking at my slow NPC, I could go ahead and increase its velocity. Let me change it to like 9. Faster than my player. Okay, now my NPC moves. Okay, the reason it's stuck here is definitely because of my coordinates. I set the wrong coordinates to my NPC. Okay, so it's like stuck in the wall. Let me change that from 0 to 100. Okay, now my NPC is going to be bouncing around the wall. Now for the hard parts. I want them to collide. So let me add a collision detection. Okay, or guys, ignore my typos. Okay, so for my collision detection, let me define a function called collision underscore detector. Guys, no one's spelling both wrong. There we go. Okay, perfect. For my collision detector, I'll add the attributes of my circle and rectangle because I want the two of them to collide. So I'll go with circle at index of x-axis, circle at index of y-axis, and my radius. I could write circle at index of radius, but it's the same thing. Okay, now let me go with rect at index of x-axis, rect at index of y-axis, rect at index of width, and lastly, rect at index of height. Okay, now that I get my parameters, let me find the closest x-axis between my circle and my rectangle. For that, let's see. Let me go with max. Okay, my rect at x-axis, comma, the min is going to be my circle at x-axis, okay, comma, my rect at index of x-axis plus my rect at index of width. Okay, I think I'm too zoomed in. Alright, now let me find the closest y-axis between my circle and my rectangle. So the max is going to be rect at index of y-axis this time, and the min is going to be rect the min is going to be circle at index of y-axis, the same as the x-axis, but just changing x's to y's and widths to heights. So rect at index of y-axis plus my rect at index of height. There we go. Okay, now let's find the direction x, which is going to be my circle at index of x-axis minus my closest x-axis. and then direction y, which is going to be equal to my circle at index of y-axis minus my closest y-axis, and then let me create another variable called direction underscore squared. Guys, ignore my typos. There we go. So direction squared, which is going to be equal to my direction x multiplied by my direction x plus my direction y multiplied by my direction y. And finally, let me return something. So, what will I return? Let me return my direction x, which is going to be less than or equal to my radius to the power of 2. Perfect. Now, let me invoke my function. Let me add an if statement as well. So, if collision detector, okay, and fill in my parameters. So, my circle at x-axis is going to be my NPC at index of x-axis, circle at index of y-axis, my NPC at index of y-axis. Okay, I missed this here. Added an extra that there. Okay, then my NPC at index of radius. Okay, now let me fill in my player's attributes. So player dot x-axis, player dot y-axis, player dot width, and lastly player dot height. Okay, so if that condition is true, I do need to add a collision detector to my NPCs. So I'll go with a collision. Okay, and I'll set that to be false because we haven't collided yet. So fix my typo. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if my this condition is met, then I will go to my next if statement. If not collision, my collision is currently set to did I set it? Okay, if my NP set index of collision, so my NP set index of collision is currently set to be false. That's the reason I added a not, because not converts true to false and false to true. I will print boom collided. Okay, and set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to true. Let me fix my typo. Okay, else I will do something else. I will set my NPC at index of collision to be equal to false. Okay, this should basically be it. If I were to run the command, type error integer object is not iterable. Wait, what line was it in? Line 72. Integer object. Oh, okay. I added an extra parentheses there. I messed that up up, guys. My bad. Okay, here. Every time we collide now, it's gonna say boom collided down here in the console. So there we go. I'm glad I didn't forget this. This formula part took me a while to memorize. That aside, let me actually copy that. Get sensor here. There we go. And actually check if I'm audible because I forgot to charge my mic yesterday actually. That's awful. Let me paste it and say, Sensei, I wanted to try this for fun, but is it possible to do this exact thing but with two PNGs that collide question mark? So PNGs are like squares, are like rects, right? So we wouldn't need the formula for a rect versus circle collision. Instead, would we need a formula for a rect versus rect collision? If yes, how do we do that? Question mark. Yes, Vivek, that's exactly it. PNG images in Python are basically just surfaces, and when you scale them and put them on screen, you usually wrap them in a rectangle, pygame.rect for positioning and collision. Okay, so instead of using circle versus rect formula, if both objects are PNGs, then you can use rect versus rect collision with pygame.rect.collide.rect. No wonder I couldn't use collide rect. No messy math formulas needed. How do PNG versus PNG collision? How to do PNG versus PNG collision? Load your PNGs, scale them if needed, create recs for them. Okay, player rect equals pygame.image.rect. NPC rect. Okay, top left equals check collision. If player.collide rect NPC rainbow collision. Important difference. Circle versus circle needs math. Like the function you wrote, rect versus rect is built in and way faster for images. PNGs are not automatically rects, but we use their boundaries for rect collision. If you want pixel perfect collision versus PNG, pixel perfect PNG versus PNG, like only when the actual drawn pixels touch, then you use pygame.mask. Honestly, okay, honestly, sensei, dot dot dot. Let's learn pixel perfect collision. A crying emoji. Let's get done with pixel perfect collision, guys. I know that that's gonna be get more complicating, but since I'll eventually need it, might as well learn it. Like, it's gonna be worth it someday. Yes, that's what I wanted to hear, Vivek. You want the real deal? Then we're diving straight into the darkest arts of pixel perfect collision. The core idea: rect collision only checks bounding boxes. Pixel perfect goes deeper. If okay, it checks the non-transparent pixels of your PNG image overlap. That way, if two sprites are close but empty, transparent areas overlap, it won't count as a collision. We use mask equals to pygame.mask from surface. This creates a mask, basically a 1 to 10 bit map of your image where the 1 equals to solid pixel and 0 equals to transparent pixel. Then you compare two masks with an offset between them. Offset equals to, this is the formula, gotta memorize it. npc underscore rect dot x-axis minus npc underscore rect dot x-axis player underscore rect dot x-axis comma npc underscore rect dot y-axis minus player underscore rect dot y-axis. That's not that hard. If player underscore mask dot overlap npc underscore mask offset, print pixel perfect collision. Full example: PNG versus PNG pixel perfect. Here's a stripped down upgrade of your code. Import pygame, initialize pygame, added display, loaded my player image, player image, player rect, player mask, player image dot get rect. Okay, I didn't learn about the getrect function. Gotta learn about that. npc rect equals npc image dot get rect. Okay, game loop running true while running clock dot tick 60 for every event in pygame dot event dot get event. The keys we added movements. Okay, if keys dot pygame is right, player rect dot x. Could we do this? I didn't know we could do stuff like this. npc underscore rect minus equals 3 if npc underscore rect dot right less than, okay, 0. npc width pixel perfect collision offset Notice we first make recs for position. We also mask for these scaled surfaces. Offset is crucial. It tells pygame how far apart the two masks are, so it knows where to compare pixels. This is true gamer level collision detection. Vivek, we've mastered this. You're ready? Okay, you're already ahead of most beginners. Do you want me to adapt this directly to your existing code with the dig style player NPC setup so you can drop it right in? Let me say, Sensei, I didn't um learn about a few functions though. this part. Let me just say this part. So dot dot dot. I didn't understand this part. Now let me go up the. Let's see. Let's copy that part. Copy that. Fix my typo. Add a bunch of spaces. Paste it. And say I didn't learn about the dot get underscore rect function. Let's see what Sensei says. Good, good. That's you asked. Good, good that you asked, Vivek. That's exactly what a disciplined student should do. If you don't get something, you ask immediately. No hiding, no guessing. Dot get rect explained. When you load an image in Pygame, pygame.image.load, you get a surface object. But surfaces only know about pixels, not their positions on screen. To actually place them and make them usable in movement slash collision, we wrap them in a rect. Okay, player equals to player underscore image dot get underscore rect, top left equals to 100, 300. This does two things. Creates a rect object with the same width and height as your image. Oh, okay. Places it top left corner at 100 and 300 on the screen. Now you can do things like player underscore rect dot x plus equals to 5, move right, player underscore rect. That's my player underscore rect dot y minus equals 5 without worrying about manually typing player at index of x, player at index of y. A rect already knows its x-axis, y-axis, top left corner, width, height, size, top, bottom, left, right, edges, center, center point. Pygame.mask from surface. This one this was the magic tool for pixel perfect collision. It scans the image and masks and makes a mask. Okay. Basically of where the image is solid versus transparent. Transparent pixels equals ignored. Non-transparent pixels equals solid collidable. So player.mask equals pygame.mask.from surface player image. Now you have a mask object tied to the image. Okay, this lets you check exact pixel overlap with another mask. If you think about it, surface equals to the raw image pixel, rect equals to the box holding its position size, mask equals the collision date versus data where it's solid. Vivek, this is essential. Rect plus mask combo is how pros handle sprites. I can make a mini exercise for you. Load a PNG, use dot get rect, move it around with arrow keys. Okay, Sensei, I feel like I understand it, but just in theory, dot dot dot. I do need some practice. Although, before I get some practice, I do wanna see where the uh code blocks. Does that make sense? Code blocks go in the actual code to understand which to add where. Dot dot dot. Guys, ignore my typos. Oh, I didn't make much typos this time. Did that make any sense? Question mark. Can I get a reference code to, let's see, to learn it? Then we can do a few instructional based questions. There we go. Reference learn. Okay, learn to go. Okay, reference code to learn oats, then to learn it. There we go. Yes, that made perfect sense, Vivek. You're saying I don't get the theory, but I don't know exactly where to put the dot rect and dot from surface inside my game slash loop structure. Good question. You don't just need to know what a tool does, you need to know how to wield it. Here's the reference code showing where each block goes. I'll keep it simple. One player PNG, one enemy PNG, moving plus colliding pixel perfect. import pygame. We initialize pygame, added a setup with height variable screen. Okay, we added FPS clock. That's FPS controller. We loaded our image. Player image equals pygame.image.load. We converted it to alpha because it's a PNG. We did the same thing with the enemy. And then rex position and size. Player rect equals to player underscore image dot get underscore rect. Top left equals 100 and 300. X-axis 100, y-axis 300. Enemy rect equals to enemy image dot get rect. Top left, so 500 by 300. Okay. Masks. So first we load the images, then we add the position and size of the image, and then we mask the image. So the collision data player mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from surface my player image, and then I did the same thing with the enemy mask. Okay, pygame dot mask dot from surface enemy image, and then for our game loop we created a boolean variable called running, set that to true, and then while my running is set to true, or while my program is running, I added FPS clock dot take is 60 and 60 frames per second, and then we iterate over our pygame event. So for every event in our pygame dot event dot get, we look for a specific type of event. If my event dot type equals to pygame dot quit, we set our is running to be false, and then we added our player movements. We created a variable called keys set that equal to pygame dot key dot get pressed. If our keys at index of pygame dot k is right, if our right key is pressed, we increase our player's x-axis by 5. Okay, if keys at index of pygame.k is left, if our left key is pressed, we decrease our player's x-axis by 5. If our keys at index of pygame.key is up, if our top key is pressed, we increase our player's y-axis. Actually, we decrease our player's y-axis by 5. And lastly, if our keys at index of pygame.key is down, if our bottom key is pressed, we increase our player's y-axis by 5. And then we added a enemy movement. This is automated, so enemy underscore rect dot x-axis minus equals 3. So this moves our enemy's x-axis by 3 pixels per frame. Okay, if enemy underscore rect dot x, so if our enemy rectangle's x-axis is less than negative 100, our enemy's x-axis is going to be equal to 100. So basically what that means is, like, this is my enemy. If it crosses the 100's mark, it spawns back to 800. Okay, and then a collision detection. Step 1, calculate offsets between masks. So collision detection. So we created a variable called offset underscore x. So this is our x-axis is offset. We set that equal to our enemy rect's x-axis minus our player rect's x-axis. Then for our offset y, we set that equal to our enemy rect's y-axis minus our player rect's y-axis. I see. Okay, step 2, check overlap. Overlap equals to player underscore mask dot overlap. So okay, so we use this function player underscore mask dot overlap. Okay, so just the dot overlap is the function, and then we added our enemy mask, our offset of x-axis. So if my player's mask overlaps with my enemy's mask, offset x-axis and offset y-axis. If overlap, if my overlap is true, if this condition is met, print pixel perfect collision, and then I drew my images. Placement dot get rect goes right after the loading and scaling the image. Dot from surface also right after loading, because you only need to make the mask once, not every frame. Dot overlap goes inside the game loop after movement to check collision every frame. Notice movement modifies rex. Player underscore rect dot x-axis, enemy underscore rect dot x-axis. Collision is checked with masks. Both are connected by position. The rect says where the sprite is. The mask says what pixels count as solid. Okay, I see. Vivek, this is the holy trinity of sprite, surface, rect, mask. Master it. Okay, I think now we just got to do it manually. Let me check if I'm audible. Da-da-da. Okay, perfect. All right, so now all I got to do is just write the code a bunch of times to actually get a grasp of it. How hard could that be? Let me go Control A, delete this. Let me start off by importing pygame. So let me import pygame. Let me initialize pygame by typing pygame.init. let me add FPS by creating a clock variable. Let's set that equal to pygame dot time dot clock, and I'll add a maybe a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me go ahead and create a display variable. I mean a display comment. So I create a screen variable, set that equal to pygame dot display dot set underscore mode, and maybe I'll create a width comma height variables. I'll set the width to be 800 and height to be 600. Then let me just add my width and height here. Okay, and then let's see. So after adding our width and heights, that's our setup basically. Would setup sound better than display? No, I think I'll leave it display. Okay, after that we need to load our images. So let me go ahead and load images. Okay, so my first image is going to be my player image, second image is going to be my enemy image. So for my player underscore image, I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. Okay, let's see. Excuse me guys. Let me go with, I don't know, like my image path. So game items and then NPC. This is my player. I'll go with player PNG and then I will convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. So convert underscore alpha. Okay, perfect. And then let me go with my enemy underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. Okay, so let me add my path again. So my file path is game images NPCs, and I'm pretty sure it was called something with boss. So boss PNG. Okay, and then I'll convert this to alpha as well. So convert underscore alpha. Okay, because it's a PNG. Next up, after loading the images, rect, so position and size. So I gotta create the player rect and enemy rect. Let's see. So player underscore rect equals to, before that it's called rex position and size. So my rectangles position and size. Okay, there we go. Alright, so my player rect is going to be equal to pygame dot player um okay. Alright, so let me copy that, paste it here. Pygame dot player image dot rect. It should have worked like this, right? So player rect equals pygame dot equals to player dot image. Okay, so I just need player dot image rect. My rect is gonna be, let's see, honestly it's get rect. Okay, get rect. Alright, so inside my get rect, so top left is going to be equal to 100 and 300. So top left is going to be equal to, okay, so this is a quark basically. Okay, I rarely work with stuff like this. I'll go with 100 and 300. Let me do the same thing with my enemy underscore rect. I'll set that equal to enemy image dot get underscore rect. Okay, so I'll get the top left corner of my enemy rect as well. I'll keep that 500 by 300. Okay, there we go. Alright, next up, masks. Let me create a comment that says masks collision data. Okay, so masks collision data. Let me fix my typo. And honestly, okay, there we go. Okay, so for masks collision data, maybe I'll add this in a pair of quotes. Not quotes, like comments. There we go. Okay, I have my player underscore mask, which is equal to pygame dot mask dot from surface. From underscore surface. Okay, so I need surface and threshold and player mask. Okay, it's gonna be my player image. So player image. My player image distinct player vect. Okay, and now I gotta do the same thing with my enemy mask. So enemy underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, that's going to be my enemy or enemy underscore image. Alright, now I gotta add my basic game loops. So let me add a comment that says game loop. There we go. Maybe add a bunch of spaces down here. Okay, that's much better. So I'll set a is underscore running boolean variable, so that equals true, and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while the program is running or while my is running set to true, I will add FPS. So clock dot tick is gonna be 60, or not asterisk 60. Okay, and then let me maybe add a comment that says FPS. Did I add a comment that says FPS controller? Okay, perfect. Now let me iterate over my events. So my event loop or event loop. Okay, so for every event in my pygame.event.get, I'll look for a specific type of event. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Then let me go with a pygame.display. Actually, I'll go with flip and a pygame dot I don't know, quit. Okay, now after you load the image, movement for player keys, okay, and then enemy movement as well. Okay, so I gotta add my player movement and automate my NPCs. I know how to do that. Okay, let me go ahead and add here a player movement comment. Okay, so for my player movement, maybe I'll add a space here. Okay, let me create a keys variable. I'll set that. Let me just zoom in a bit. Okay, keys equals to pygame dot key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, I'll look for like a specific key. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is right, if my right key is pressed, I will set my player underscore rex dot x axis to increase by, I don't know, my player, let's keep my player like 8 pixels per frame. Okay, the reason I'm adding 8 pixels per frame is because my player, I didn't add a velocity for my player. I could do that, honestly. I should probably do that, but I'll just follow what Sensei said for now, and then later I'll add my own changes. Okay, and then if my keys at index of pygame.k is left, if my left key is pressed, I will decrease my player rex y-axis by 8 pixels per frame, and if my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore rec dot y-axis's velocity by 8 pixels, and lastly, if my keys at index of pygame.key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my player rex y-axis by 8 pixels per frame. Okay, that should move my player. Now let me automate my NPCs. So let me go ahead and add a comment that says automate NPCs. Okay, so to automate my NPCs, let me go with my enemy rect dot x-axis is going to increase by, I don't know, like 7 pixels per frame. Okay, that's going to automate my NPC. I do need to add bounce as well, honestly. Let me actually check the... Okay, actually not a bounce. I need to add a loop to my NPC. So I'll go with loop my NPC. Okay, so to loop my NPC, let me go with if my NPC, if my enemy underscore rect dot x-axis is less than or equal to 100. Honestly, less than or equal to negative 100. I will set my enemy underscore rect dot x-axis to be equal to 800. Actually, let's go with 850. Okay, perfect. Okay, after that, now comes the hard part, the collision detection. Step 1, calculate offset between masks. So here's where my masks come in use. Okay, so I'll go with a comment that says collision detection. Okay, for my collision detection, let me go with offsets of my x-axis, which is going to be equal to my enemy underscore rect dot x-axis minus my player underscore rect dot x-axis. Okay, and my offset underscore y is going to be equal to my enemy underscore rect dot y-axis minus my player underscore rect dot y-axis. Let me fix my typo. Offset of y-axis. Alright, and then the step 2, check overlap. So I gotta create, let me add another comment that says check overlap. Okay, so let me create a variable called overlap. I'll set that equal to player dot mask dot overlap. Actually, player underscore mask. So my player mask variable dot overlap. Okay, and then my enemy mask. Did I spell my player mask wrong? Never mind. Okay, so my enemy mask, enemy underscore mask, comma, my offset x, offset y. So a tuple of my offset underscore x and my offset underscore y. Okay, now add an if statement. If my overlap is true, if this condition is true, I will print boom pixel perfect pixel perfect collision. There we go. Guys, ignore my typos, I cannot spell. Let me make some coffee maybe. I just spilled a little on my hands. Okay, perfect. Let's see the next step. Next up, I just draw my images. Okay, now this should be the easy part. Okay, let me draw my images. So screen dot fill, I don't know, fill it with a good gray color. 200, 200, 200. Okay, and then I gotta blitz my player image, my player rectangle, and then blend my enemy image and my enemy rectangle. I see. I'm actually starting to see how that makes sense. So screen dot blitz, my player underscore image, and my player underscore rectangle. Then let me screen dot blitz my enemy underscore image and my enemy underscore rectangle. Okay, now it says boom pixel perfect. Guys, they just left the window. Did I add the wrong coordinates? I'm pretty sure I added the wrong coordinates. I gotta fix that real quick. Okay. Okay, it just spams the pixel perfect collision. Alright, so this thing is 100 by 300, 500 by 300. Okay, I didn't transform my image. Let me transform my image. Okay, let me process image. So to process my image, let me go with my player underscore or processed player. Processed player equals to, let's see. Guys, ignore my typos, I cannot spell. There we go. Okay, my processed player equals to, I can just use this, never mind, I can just use my player image. So I'll go with a new underscore size, which is going to be equal to an integer, which is going to be, I'll have to add a size variable as well. So enemies PNG, let me go with refactor. Honestly, let's process my player first. Process player. Okay, let me add a refactored size. I'll set that equal to be 0. Okay, new size. Okay, integer. I gotta add my player underscore image dot get. Okay, I spelled my player wrong. Okay, so my player underscore image dot get width. I get my player image's width, and then I multiply that with my refactored size, which is going to be 0.1. My refactored underscore size. Alright, and then I do the same thing with my player's height. So my player underscore image dot get underscore height. I get my player's height and multiplied with my excuse me guys, refactored size. There we go. And then lastly I go and add my player. I reassign my player underscore image to be equal to pygame dot transform dot scale. I scale my player underscore image to be the size of my new underscore size. Size, there we go. Okay, and then I do the same thing with my whatchamacallit, with my enemy. So I go with new underscore size equals to a tuple of my integer. So tuple integer, let me go with my player dot enemy this time. So my enemy, or guys, ignore my typos. Enemy underscore image dot, I don't know, get underscore width. Okay, and then I multiply that, with my refactored underscore size. Then I do the same thing with my height of my enemy. So my enemy underscore image dot get underscore height. I multiply that with my refactored underscore size. There we go. And then I reassign my enemy underscore image to be equal to pygame dot transform dot scale. I scale it to, let's see, my enemy underscore image. Let's see, and my new size. Okay, I scale my enemy image to my new size. Okay, I hope this works now. There we go. Oh, that was kind of tough, guys. I'm so exhausted. Okay, clearly this thing didn't work. My doing this, but I was eventually gonna change it. Let's see. My NPC goes backwards. So NPC minus equals to rect. Now my NPC goes forward. There is a pixel perfect collision. Let me if my enemy's rect at x-axis is greater than or equal to -100, I spawn back at, let's say, 300. Let me change that to 0 if I run the command. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Let me change that to -50. Now, bop, bop, bop. Let's change that to -100. Exits the screen, then comes back here. Okay, instead of 300, I'll change this to 500. Okay, now let me change that to 600. If I would run the command, there we go. Okay, let me decrease the speed a little so I can like see something. I can't see a thing, guys. 700. My NPC. Okay, there we go. Now that that works, let's fix the pixel perfect collision. So collision check. Let me add a collision underscore per underscore frame. I'll set that equal to false because we haven't collided yet. I'm pretty sure I know this. Let me add an if statement. So if this condition is true, okay, if overlap, so collision true, and then for every collision in my collision, so let me actually add a for loop. So for every honestly, let me delete this part. If my enemy underscore rect, if my enemy is rect dot, if my enemy is rect dot collide rect, or if my enemy dot collide rex, if my enemy collides with my player rect, I will print boom collision. Okay, now it should print collision, but it's still gonna print like before. Like you guys see that boom collision type stuff. Okay, although what happens if I change this from my enemy's rect to my enemy's image? Collide rex my player's image. Okay, never mind. This is rect for a reason. Okay. Let me add a for loop for every collision in collision per frame. In collision per frame. Okay, collision per frame isn't this thing. I can't add that. Okay, this part I might have to ask Sensei for a little help. Okay, let me go with Control A, Control C. I do feel like I did much. I did like a lot. I do need some help with the collisions now. Like paste add a bunch of spaces and then say Sensei, I did fix a few things in the code you gave me because you didn't know the proportions. How do you spell proportions? Proportions. Okay, because you didn't know the proportions, so a few things were wrong, but this code is good. Although every time um every time I collide, it prints boom collision 60 times per second because of my FPS. Okay, let me just fix my typos. Prints every time. Okay, because of my FPS. Dot dot dot. Let's see. Although um although I do know that this isn't pixel perfect collision. However, can you show me how do we collide like this and with pixel perfect collision? That, guys, how do I get these many typos? I feel my typing is precise. Yeah, it's not. It's awful. Okay. Code like the pixel perfect collisions. Show me how do we collide like this and with pixel perfect collision. That prints the collision. Oh my gosh. text only once. Let me lubricate my lips, guys. That was a lot. My lips are really dehydrated, guys. Oh, I see what you did, Vivek. You fixed the scaling proportions and cleaned it up. Good, but you messed up one thing. You're still using rect collisions collide rect, not the mass collisions. If I didn't think of that, that's why I was like, I didn't know how to use that. Okay, and yes, the reason it prints 60 times per second is because your loop runs at 60 FPS. Every frame that they overlap equals spam. Okay, here's how to fix both problems. Let me drink some coffee, guys. Here's how to fix both problems. You have a collision flag, so it only prints once until they separate. Okay, use mask overlap instead of collide rect for pixel perfect collision. Here's the clean reference code for both systems. Okay, let me just get to the collide rect part. Okay, collision. So if enemy.collide rect player rect, if not collision happened, do I have a collision happened variable up there, like a global variable? Okay, I don't. Alright, I don't. So if not collide happened, only trigger once. Where do I have a collide happen variable? I'm pretty sure I should have one. There we go. So it's under my masks. So collide happen is equal to false. Alright. Pixel perfect collision. Da, da, da. Overlap. Okay, if overlap. Da, da, da. Then I draw. Key points. I fixed your movement bug. Left was moving Y instead of X. Okay, added a collision happen flag. Ensures you only print once until they separate. Added both collision checks, collide rect, bouncing box, mask.overlap, pixel perfect. So now you can switch between systems. Duh. Okay, this is pixel perfect. Alright, so let me get Sensei there, and I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. I had like, I can't talk, guys. I spent like 3 or 4 streams just learning about about collisions. So I'm pretty familiar with collisions. Okay, now I create a global variable of collision. Collision, I'll set that equal to be false because we haven't collided yet. Okay, now where's my collision detection? There we go. I need to have a variable of, what was the name? Overlap. So overlap equals to player underscore mask. Okay, dot overlap. Okay, so my enemy underscore mask, comma, um, offset underscore x-axis, comma, offset underscore y-axis. There we go. Alright, next up, check overlap. Okay, so to check overlap, let me go with if overlap, if this condition is true, if the overlap happens, and if not collision, if collision is set to true, I will set print pixel perfect collision. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be equal to true, else guys, ignore my typos, I can spell. I will set my collision to be equal to false. Okay, let me fix this typo. Okay, now if I run the commands, okay, pixel perfect collision. Okay, wait, hold up, something. Okay, I did mess up my key movements. So if player index is right, increase by 8, decrease by 8. Oh, there you go. This should be X. This is what Sensei was talking about. Now I can move my player perfectly. one pixel perfect collision. What if I go back and forth? Okay, that's pixel perfect. Can I exit the screen? I can exit the screen. Okay, I gotta trap my player in window now. I could have sworn that I added that. I didn't add that, oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I do want to master this thing. Let me read this one more time. Offset enemy underscore reg dot x axis minus player underscore reg dot x axis. So let me actually go here. Okay, let me check if I'm audible. And I feel like the webcam is kept way too close. Alright, so let's read from the beginning. I start up by adding my display. I load my image, then process player image. Okay, refactor size. So I have one variable of refactor size. I think I should add this as my global variable. Like these global variables, I should keep them like on top. Maybe I'll add a comment that says global variables. There we go. Okay, this has FPS controller. This has my refactored size. Let me have my collision. There we go. Copy that. Add my collision variable here as well. Okay, that makes much more sense. Display. I have my display. I loaded my images. I processed my player. This is my player. I processed my NPC. Excuse me, guys. Okay, I processed my player. I processed my enemy. I transformed them. Okay, and then loaded my image. Rect position. So player underscore rect equals to player underscore image dot get rect top left. Okay, and then player mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from surface. Alright, let me copy that. I'll save that for later. Then I did all the basic stuff, and then comes the collision detection offset. So for pixel perfect collision detection, unlike my square and rectangle collision, instead of getting the closest x-axis, closest y-axis, direction x and direction y, and my distance squared, I need to get my offset x, offset y. Offset x is going to be enemy rex x-axis minus my player rex x-axis. Offset y is going to be my enemy rex y-axis minus my player rex y-axis. And then a overlap variable, which is going to be player dot player underscore mask, my player's mask dot overlap my enemy's mask. If my player's mask overlaps my enemy's mask, my offset x and offset y. If that whole thing is true, I move on to this if statement. Okay, if collision, if not collision, if my collision is set to true, I print pixel perfect collision and set my collision to true, else I set my collision to false. And then I draw my images. Alright, this shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard. I think it's seeping in, guys. I feel it seeping in my head. Let me see. Sensei, I get it. It works perfectly. Although I need a lot more practice. Dot dot dot. Guys, ignore my typos. Okay, there we go. Dot dot dot. I don't understand this part properly as well. Let me just remove the A from here. Add a bunch of spaces, paste this. Good, good, good. You're honest about what you don't understand. That's the first step to becoming a beast programmer, Vivek. Now listen carefully. Dot get rect when you load an image in pygame underscore image dot get enemy. It doesn't have a position by default. It doesn't have a position info by default. It's just pixels floating in memory. Dot get rect wraps that player in a rectangle object. A player dot rect That rect holds x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Width, top left, 100, 300. You say place this image top left corner, position 100, 300 on the screen. Okay. Hmm. So player underscore rect equals to pygame underscore image dot get rect top left. Okay, dot get rect when your player loads. Okay, I understood this part. Get rect wraps the player in a rectangle, a object pygame that holds x-axis, y-axis, width and height. Okay, with top left equals to 100, 300, you say place this image in the top left corner at position 100 and 300. Got it. So player rect equals to player image dot get rect top left 100, 300. I see. Means give me a rectangle that is the size of the player image and set its top left position to 100 and 300. That's why later you can move it with player underscore rect dot x axis plus equals to 8 pixels per frame, because player underscore rect stores both positions and sizes. Pygame dot mask from surface. This is where pixel perfect collision magic happens. Normally, Rex only check bounding boxes and visible rectangles around images. That's why your NPC's empty space still collides. Normally, Rex only check bounding boxes. Okay, invisible rectangles. Theta, I see. A mask, a map of which pixels in your image are solid, non-transparent. Player underscore mask equals to pygame.mask.from surface player image means look at every pixel in this image, mark it as 1 if it's visible, 0 if it's transparent. When two masks overlap, Pygame checks if any solid pixels touch. I see. That's why it's pixel perfect. How do they work together? Rect gives you the position plus area of your sprite. Mask gives you the transparent. Mask gives you the shape of your sprite, the real collision shape. You need both. Use rectangle for positioning and bounding box. Check fast, okay? I see. Use position for use mask for pixel perfect, overlap accurate. Think of it like this. Rect equals to a box around your fighter, good for rough collision checks. Mask equals to the accurate fighter's body. Good for good for did the sword hit the arm, or enemy space? I see, or just empty space. Now Vivek, since you said you need more practice, do you want to make a set of broken code focused on only Rex and masks so you can fix them step by step, starting simple then harder, or do you want me to quiz you? Do you want me to quiz you theory style? Okay, first before touching code, let me say, Sensei, honestly, can we do an instructional based question with very clear instructions, and once I feel like I get actually once I feel like I got a pretty good grasp on the topic, I'll let you know. Then you can give a bit vague instructions. There we go. I should fix my typos, guys. Okay. Alright, perfect. Let me check if I'm still audible, because I feel I gotta change my mic like soon. Good, finally you're thinking like a warrior who wants to learn to swing his blade before he runs into battle. Or Vivek, let's do this step by step. I'll give you very clear instructions, you follow them exactly and send me back the code. If you get it wrong, I'll yell until you fix the deal. Instruction task 1. Make a simple Pygame window here. You load 2 PNGs, one for player, one for enemy. Scale them down to a smaller size so they don't hug. Okay. Create recs for each image using the dot sketch rect, but player, okay, an enemy, create masks for each image using pygame.mask from surface. Okay, move the player left, right with arrow keys. Enemy stays still for now. If they collide, pixel perfect. For pixel perfect collision only once, not spamming. Hints. For Rex, use dot get Rex, mask, for collision. Okay, okay. I need an offset, x-axis, y-axis. Okay, the fun fact is, guys, the part that I knew this part like kind of memorized type stuff because I just did this question. The part I didn't know was the part that Sensei didn't actually tell me. Okay, the thing that I usually mess up with is like where to add what stuff. That sounds kind of stupid. Okay, let me go with pygame.init to initialize pygame. Now I'll add a comment that says global variables. I'm gonna have all my global variables here. Okay, maybe drink some coffee. Okay, let me add a FPS here. So I'll create a variable called clock, set that equal to pygame dot time dot capitalize clock. I'll name this something like FPS controller. And then since I'm looking for collisions, I'll add a collision variable. I'll set that equal to be true. Or there we go. Okay, and then for now I think that these are the only two. Let me go ahead and add my display. Okay, I'll create a width and a height variable. I'll set that equal to 800 and 600 pixels. Then let me go ahead and create a screen variable. I'll set that equal to pygame.display.set underscore mode. I'll set the mode to be a tuple of my width and height. Alright, next up, let me add a caption. So pygame.display.set underscore caption. My caption is going to be something like, I don't know, like collision check. Okay, and then let me add my details. So for my details, I gotta load my image. So load image. To load my image, let me maybe zoom a little. Okay, I'll go with first. Let me load my player image. So player underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. Okay, I'll give my images directory. So game items, NPCs, two forward slashes, and then let's see, my player PNG. Excuse me, guys. Let me convert this to alpha because it's a PNG. Convert underscore alpha. Okay. Now let me do that exact same thing with my enemy. So enemy underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. Let me load my enemy's image. I'll give its file directory. So game, two forward slashes, NPCs. Okay, honestly, two forward slashes, NPCs, another two forward slashes this time. Let's go with boss PNG. I'll convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. Okay, perfect. Okay, and then let me go ahead and process my images. I do need to add masks and actually let me create my player's rect first and then I'll process it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let me go with player or image image rex. Okay, so player underscore rectangle equals to my player underscore image dot get underscore rect. Okay, actually let me go with get rect. So I need a self and a quark, a keyword argument. So my self is gonna be my player image, player underscore image. My quark is gonna be top left. Okay, honestly, should I go with top right? No, I'll experiment later. Okay, top left is going to be 100 by 300. Actually, my player rect. Player rect. Okay, that part was wrong. Dot get rect. Let me actually take a quick look at the reference. Okay, so player rect. So honestly, I didn't need this. I didn't need a variable here. Just needed this. Okay, perfect. Yo, I'm back. I was there yesterday. How you doing, Crazy Game? How you doing, Crazy Games White? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, let me do the same thing with my enemy underscore rect as well. Set that equal to, let's see, my enemy image dot get underscore rect and a quark. So let's go with top right. This is going to be top right. So my top right is going to be equal to, since 100 and 300 is my top left, I'll go with 500 and 300. Okay, that should be my top right. Okay, so I loaded my images, got my recs. Now I gotta get my player mask before I process my image. So to get my player masks, let me go with player, or actually image mask. Okay, for my image masks, let me go with uh player underscore mask equals to my player underscore image dot mask. Is it mask or get mask? Was it get mask? My memory's kind of bad, guys. Okay, now mind, it's pygame dot mask. So pygame dot mask. Okay, dot from surface, from underscore surface. Okay, so I gotta give my surface. My surface is my player underscore image. Let me do the same thing for my enemy underscore mask. I'll set that equal to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Mask. Okay, and my surface is gonna be my enemy underscore image. Okay, now I gotta process my image. Let me just do that. Okay, so now let me process my image. To process my image, I drink some water first. Yeah, I cannot think without being hydrated. Okay, for my process image, so let me process my images. Okay, and I'll add a refactor underscore size variable here. I'll set that equal to 0.1, which is 10%. Okay, so for my processed image, let me go with, let's see, a new size variable, so new underscore size. I'll set that equal to, let's see, a tuple typecasted to an integer. So whatever I'm going to type here is going to be an integer. My player's rect is going to be processed. So my player underscore rect. Let me add a comment here that says only used for collision. There we go. Okay, so my player rect is going to be my this thing. I'm pretty sure I didn't have to add max. Okay, new size. So okay, so it's going to be my player rect dot get, actually my player image dot get underscore width multiplied by my refactored underscore size. Oh, I didn't put ed. Okay, let me go with refactored or refactor size. It's the same thing, guys. It's just variable names. And then I'll go with my width next. I mean my height next. So integer is going to be my player underscore image dot get underscore height npc. Okay guys, my OBS just reconnected. Okay, so I'll go with a new size again. New size variable, I'll set that equal to, let's see, a tuple. Integer is going to be my enemy dot image this time dot get underscore enemy image, enemy underscore image dot get width. I get my enemy image's width and I multiply that with my refactored size. Okay, and then add a comma, go here, add another integer, my enemy underscore get underscore height. This time I get the height of my enemy. This should be enemy image, my bad guys. Dot height. Okay, my enemy image's height, I'm going to excuse me guys, I'm going to multiply my enemy image's height by my refactored size. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Dot get height. Okay, perfect. It says new size, probably because I used it there already. Let me go here and type my player underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale my player underscore image to my new size. There we go. I do that same thing for my enemy underscore image. I'll set that equal to pygame dot transform dot scale my enemy underscore image at my new underscore size. Perfect, guys. Alright, now with that out of the way, loaded my images, loaded my recs, converted my, added an image rect and image mask, processed my image. I think I gotta go with my game loop now, so I'll go with my game loop and create a is underscore running boolean variable. I'll set that equal to true and then add a while loop. So while is underscore running, while my is running is set to true, all while my program is running. Let me add a FPS. So clock.tick is going to be 60. Maybe I'll add a comment here that says it says FPS. Okay, and then let me add a comment that says event loops, and I'll iterate over all my pygame events. So for every events in my pygame.events.get, I will look for a specific type of event. If my events.type equals to pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. Okay, and then I will go with a pygame.display.flip. This is gonna update my display, and lastly a pygame, there we go, dot quit. Okay, now let me go ahead and add movement to my player. So for adding movement to my player, honestly, first let me fill my screen. So I'll go with a screen.fill. I'll go with a good gray color, 200, 200, 200. There we go. Okay, now let me add movement for my player. Yeah, first player, I guess. So go with adding movement, player movements. Okay, so I created a variable called keys, set that equal to pygame.key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, and then add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot k is right, if my right key is pressed, I will increase my player underscore rect dot x-axis. I'll increase my player's x-axis by my, honestly, I might add a player velocity as well. So let me go here and add, honestly, let me add that under my player. So processed npc, processed player. So I'll go with a player underscore velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. Then I'll see about npc when I get to it. Alright, so plus equals my player underscore velocity. Let me add a if keys at index of pygame.k is left. If my left key is pressed, it didn't have to be in quotes, my bad guys. Okay, if keys at index of pygame.k is left, I set my player underscore rect dot x-axis to decrease. I decrease my player's x-axis by my player underscore velocity, which is 8 pixels per frame. I do the same thing for my top. If my keys at index of pygame.key is up, if my top key is pressed, guys, ignore my typos. I cannot type. What? I can't type. Okay, there we go. Okay, I decrease my player rect dot y-axis this time because I'm working with the verticals and horizontal. Yeah, just verticals. I decrease it by my player underscore velocity. Lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot key is down, there we go. I increase my player's rect's y-axis by, let's see, my player's velocity. Okay, let's test it if it works. So if I were to run the command, I didn't add good positions. Oh, I didn't load my images. I'm so stupid. Okay, hold up, guys. Give me a sec. Let me go ahead and add a comment that says load images. Okay, to load my images, I'll go with screen.split. First, let me load my player's image. Okay, and then let me go with screen.blit, load my enemy's image. So enemy underscore image. Okay, for now I'll just load these two images. There we go. My player image doesn't move because that's my player's rect. So I can go with player rect. Actually, player image does make sense. Let's remove my enemy image. I think I should add this before I add my movements to my player. There we go. There's my player. If my keys at index of gets pressed, player.rex x-axis increases my player's velocity and my player's rex equals to my player's image. My player's velocity is set to 8 pixels. If key, honestly, this should move. My player should move. Player rect moves. My player mask doesn't move. My player image doesn't move. Did I use dot width? Hold up, guys. Let me get sincere. But I won't ask Sensei yet. Let me just check the reference from here because you're doing engineering. Honestly, I was planning to do AI engineering, so I was learning Python, and since I was learning Python, I thought why not like start a 100 series where I learn how to use Python. And my goal by the end of this 100 series was to make a game using Python. And then later, after starting the 100 series, I realized Python is not a pretty good language to make a game, but knowing how to use Pygame is pretty useful. So I thought, why not? Okay, plus equals to 8. Fix this. Da, da, da. Okay, and then I have enemies. So, could it be that it doesn't work with my player's velocity? I'm pretty sure this wouldn't make a big difference, right? Yeah, it doesn't. My player is kind of stuck in this place. Okay, let's see if I did everything correct. So, I added a while running. So, I added a while loop. So, while is running. I check for my event loops. Okay. And then I added my player movements. Green.blit. Player, wait, why is, okay. Let me actually go with Control Z, go. Okay, now let me just change these to 8 again, but that didn't make any difference, never mind, it doesn't make any difference. Okay, so if keys at index of pygame.k, I do that. Guys, I just decreased my chair. Okay. Alright. It should work. What could the reason be that my image isn't moving? Let's think. There's my image. The reason it's not moving could be that I added blocks to my image. Like, it should move. I'm clicking my right key, left key. Honestly, my image should move. It's okay. New image dot get width refactored size. Da, da, da. Transform enemy new size. Alright, guys, let me just copy that. Control C. Let's get sensor here. So what do you do? Honestly, for now, I'm just learning Python and like mastering different things in Python, and then eventually, I'll probably work with different game engines and everything, and probably even like work with DSA. Many people said me to like start DSA. I'm probably gonna start after my 100 series. Say, Sensei, I feel like I messed up. Hmm. Yes, Vivek, you messed up, but good. This is how you learn. I'm proud you tried. Now let me slap you with the truth. Your mistake. Scaling images after creating rect masks. When you scale your rect, okay, when you scale the rect slash mask must also match the scaled image size. Otherwise, they won't line up. Always scale first. Then make rects and masks. You forgot to give coordinates when bidding. When blitting. Okay, screen dot blit player image is missing player x-axis, player y-axis. Collision flag messed up. You set collision equals to true at start, so it's always true. Okay, okay, that's not that big. You need a boolean flag that resets depending on collision state. You use top right for enemy rect. Instructions at 500, 300, top left. Okay, not top right. That shifts the enemy. Here's the fixed structure. Okay, so I load my image. I scale my image first. Always scale your image, then create recs, then create masks, then create velocity, then my game loop, movement, collision. Okay, and then I draw it. My image player rect, enemy rect. I see, notice. Scale first, then made rect slash mask, use top left for positioning, added one-time collision. Okay, Vivek, this is your reference blueprint. Okay, I wanna honestly do it myself. Okay, the only mistake I did was, since I said to first process my image and then add these. So let me copy that, delete that. After me processing my image, let me paste that. Now if I run the command, okay, it still doesn't move because I gotta fix more things. Firstly, let me change this to false because a collision didn't happen yet. I have my player variables. Okay, so let's see. Okay, scale images first. Why did I process images? This probably confused me. I mean, it didn't confuse me or anything. It's just different names. Okay, so I could like just have scale images. Scale images first. So scale images. I mean, it's the same thing. Okay, scale images. Processed player. Processed NPC. Didn't have a transform yet. Okay, and then we create image recs, image masks, player velocity, game loops. So didn't I need my enemy mask and like my player mask? I did. Hold up, let me go with Control Z, Control Z, copy what Sensei said, Control A, Control V. Let me just check if this works. Okay, it does work. Let's see where I messed up in that case. Okay, so I go up here, displays, okay, load and process images. I load and process my images. I scale my images first. There we go. And then I correct position and size. Okay, my player rect and enemy rect. Okay, I go with player image dot get rect, top left, masks collision data. I mask my images as well. I add my player velocity, game loop is running, and then I add my player movement, collision detection, offsets. Okay. Uh, I go with Control Z. Now let's see where I messed up. Didn't need that, and didn't need that. Okay, I processed my images. Let me copy this. Let me add my velocities before my game loop here. Okay, for processing the images, I needed two separate tuples. So new size okay, player image goes on top. The okay, so my player image goes inside the tuple. That's a tuple. Player image equals pygame.transform.scale. Okay, I see, I think. Let me change this to player underscore image equals to. Let's see, I already have an equals to. Okay, so equals to pygame.transform.scale. Excuse me, guys. So player underscore image, comma. Let me fix my typo. Okay, comma, a tuple. Alright, I opened a tuple here, then I closed it. So pygame.transform.scale. This is my scales transform. Okay, I add my player image and I want to scale it to this. Alright, it's the same thing, it's just lesser code. Let me see if I actually understand that by doing it with my NPC image as well, or my enemy image. So enemy underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. I want to scale my enemy image, okay, to, let's see, Control Z, to a tuple. Alright, okay, so that's how it goes, and then go with an int, or my enemy underscore image, comma, let's see, actually enemy image dot get underscore width multiplied by my refactored size, refactored underscore size. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me go up right there, then I add a comma. I do the same thing for my height, so enemy underscore image dot get underscore height. There we go. I'm going to multiply that with my refactored underscore size. Okay, perfect. That adds my images. That adds my scaling images. I scaled my images. Image rex. Okay, I created rectangle, player image, player rect. A new variable equals to my player underscore image dot get rect top left. Image mask only used for collision. There we go. Velocity is running and all that. Okay, I didn't import my. Let's see. I didn't import my load my enemies. So let me go with screen.blitz. Go with enemy underscore image. Okay, perfect. Now we have an enemy image as well, although they're collided. I gotta change it to 500 by 300. I had to change that to 500 by 300. So let's see, 100, 300, 500, 300. Okay, this should be top left. There. Attribute error, pygame.rect object has no attribute top left and no dictionary for setting a new attribute. Did you mean top left? Oh yeah, guys, it's always my typos. Okay. I see. I could change this to something like 800. They're stuck in one place for some reason. Let's see. So, okay, let me just change this to 500 real quick. Okay, there we go. Okay, next up, Rex. So, pygame underscore, I mean, masks. I did my mask. It could be my mask that's. I don't think it's my mask. Okay, and then I have my player velocity, and then game loop is running, while loop, okay, and then screen dot fill. Then keys. Keys equals to pygame dot key dot get pressed, player, okay, underscore rect dot x axis increase my player velocity. I do the same thing with the rest, that's correct. Collision detection, don't have that yet. Player collide rect. Oh, and then player underscore rect. Let me go here, player underscore rect. Okay, now if I run the command. Okay, my player does move. Let me just change this for my player and not my enemy rect as well. They seem okay. This should be enemy rect. Okay. Okay, my player moves. I have a question though. I have a question. Let me go with Control A, Control C. Get Sensei here. Paste add a bunch of space and say Sensei. I did fix it, but how did adding what did add? How did adding screen dot split my player underscore image and my player underscore rect, okay, make a difference than when I just added, let's see, screen dot split player underscore image. Honestly, it could make sense because I'm not moving my player's image, I'm moving my player's rect. That could like be why. Okay, let's see. Good question, and I'm glad you caught that subtle but crucial difference. Let me drill this into your brain. Screen.blit player underscore image. When you do this with no rect or coordinates, Pygame defaults to 0, 0, the top left corner of the screen. So no matter how much you move your player underscore rect.x and player underscore rect.y, the image will always stay stuck on the corner. Screen.blit player and player rect, here's you telling Python, hey, draw this image at the position stored inside my player's rect, and since you're updating player underscore rect and player underscore y with movement, the image actually moves with the screen.rect. That's why the rect plus blit connection is so important. Think of it this way, the image equals to the skin, how your player looks. The rect equals to the skeleton, position plus size. Blit image rect equals attaches the skin to the skeleton. If you only blit the image with no rects, you're just throwing the skin on the ground at 0, 0 top left like a dumb zombie. Remember this rule. Whenever you move an object with rects, always blit with rects. Okay, I do want to check one more thing. What if I just had a rect here? Okay, I will get an error, which error? Type error. Argument 1 must be pygame.surface, not pygame.rect. Okay, so I do need my surface. That was actually pretty self-explanatory because my surface is... Okay, I think I get it. When I load image and I want to add pixel perfect... Okay, I want to add pixel perfect collision, or not only that, in general, when I load an image, I add image rex, mask rex. Okay. I transform my image, load my image. I need to add my image rex along with my player image and enemy image. Okay. Screen.fill, and then I move my rex. Alright, I get it. Okay. Let me get Sensei here. Okay, let me say Sensei. I get it. ... Now can I add collision to it? Actually, now I'll add collision to it real quick and then show it to you. Okay, I honestly think that I know how to add collisions. I don't even need to like actually look references. I don't want to be cocky, but let's see. Okay, after this I gotta add a collision detector or detection. Okay, so for my collision detection, um I need an offset x, so offset underscore x-axis, which equals my um yeah guys, I was being too cocky. I forgot the formula. No way, I already forgot the formula. Let me just take a quick look at the formula. Okay, so the formula is offset x is my enemy rectangles x-axis minus my player rectangles x-axis. Okay, so my enemy rect dot x-axis plus my player rex x-axis. Okay, and then for my offset underscore y, I'll set that equal to my enemy rex y-axis plus my player underscore rex y-axis. Okay, underscore plus. Okay, and then I need a overlap. Overlap is going to be equal to, let's see, um a formula, right? uh, okay, that is collide rect. uh, okay, player mask dot overlap. I forgot the overlap. Let me actually check the reference for the overlap. I need to memorize these formulas. Okay, just gonna go a little more up. There we go. Alright, so wait, never mind, that's the wrong one. Okay, there we go. Okay, so overlap is going to be equal to player mask dot overlap enemy mask offset x and offset y. Alright, so overlap is going to be equal to player underscore mask dot overlap. So if my player mask overlaps with my enemy underscore mask, let me fix my typo, comma a tuple of my offset underscore x. So offset, oh my gosh guys, I can't type, offset underscore x and offset underscore y. Now I'll add an if statement. I'm pretty sure I remember this. So if overlap is true, if this is set to true, let me do something. If not collision, okay, so if my collision is set to true as well, I will print boom collided exclamation. Okay, and then I will set my collision to be equal to true, and outside my if statement, let me fix my typo real quick. There we go. Outside my if statement, let me add an else. I will set my collision to be equal to false and fix my typo again. Okay, now if I run the command, every time I touch the player NPC, it should print collision. If not collision, print boom collided, else da, da, da. If not collision happened, print pixel perfect collision set to true. This is correct. Overlap is my player mask dot overlap my enemy mask, comma offset da, da. Okay, my bad, small mistake. Oh, there's so much to memorize in formulas. Okay, so this gotta be subtraction. So my offset x is gonna be enemy's rectangle minus my player's rectangle. Now if I touch the player, it says boom collided, boom collided, boom collided. Okay, perfect. To see if I actually understood this, I'm gonna write this whole thing again now, this time without looking at the reference. Okay, let me go ahead and create a variable called collision detection. So for my collision detection, okay, there we go. Yo, how you doing, Hypertech? I appreciate you joining the stream. Okay, so for my collision detection, let's see. Let me add an offset underscore x. I'll set that equal to my player underscore rect x-axis minus my enemy underscore rex x-axis. My offset y is going to be equal to my enemy underscore rex y-axis minus, actually my player underscore rex y-axis, I could have just changed player, my player underscore rex y-axis minus my enemy underscore rex y-axis y-axis. All right, and then I drink some coffee. Then I add another variable called overlap. I set that equal to, let's see, my overlap variable is going to be my mask, so I got to use my mask. So my player dot mask, actually my player underscore mask dot mask. Okay, I'm pretty sure something with players. So if my player's mask overlaps, so okay, it's actually overlap and not mask. So my player underscore mask dot overlap. Okay. Okay, if my player's mask overlaps with my enemy's mask, so my enemy dot mask or enemy, excuse me guys, dot mask. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, it's underscore, my bad. Oh guys, I'm so bad with these things. Okay, comma a tuple of my offset underscore x and my offset underscore y. Okay, if that happens, I will add a if statement. If overlap is true, if that is set to true, and if not collision, if my collision is set to true, I will print. I keep spelling collision wrong. Oh my gosh. There we go. I will print boom pixel perfect collision, and I will set my collision to be equal to true. Else, I will set my collision to be equal to false. There we go. Now if I hit the NPC, it says boom, pixel perfect collision. Now I gotta just add collisions to my, actually movement to my NPC, like automate my NPC. Before that, I wanna try this one more time. I wanna be sure that I know this before I move on. Okay, collision detection. Okay, so for the last time, my offset x-axis is going to be equal to my player rex player underscore rex x-axis minus my player underscore rex minus my enemy underscore rex x-axis, and my offset underscore y-axis is going to be equal to my player underscore rex y-axis minus my enemy underscore rex y-axis. There we go. Rex y-axis, and then let me go with an overlap equals to my player dot underscore mask. If my player underscore mask dot overlaps with my enemy dot mask, actually enemy underscore mask, comma a tuple of my offset underscore x and offset um offset underscore y, I will do something here. Howling Seashore, I appreciate you joining the stream. What type of games you working on? Honestly, for now, I'm just working on like collisions, pixel perfect collision. I was planning to make like an RPG game where using the random module for my like day 100 game where the NPC randomly attacks you, or like whenever the NPC attacks you with a bullet, the bullet disappears. That's too advanced, so I wouldn't like be so sure about that yet. But I do want to add music and everything. I gotta make music too. Oh my gosh. Okay, so if overlap, okay, if my overlap is true and if not collision, if my this condition is true and my collision is set to true, I will print boom pixel perfect collision. Okay, guys, I can't spell. Oh, there we go. Okay, and then I'll set my collision to be equal to true. Let me go with else. I'll set my collision to be equal to false. There we go. Okay, now if I run the command, it should print boom collider when I hit once. Perfect, that's pixel perfect collision. Well, I decided I wanted to torture myself and to learn binary. Honestly, binary is kind of crazy actually, but good luck with that C show. Okay, let me go Control A, Control C, get Sensei here. Da-da-da. Paste this at a bunch of Sensei. Sensei, I wrote the collision. I wrote the collision logic, because I can spell, multiple times. I feel confident. Can I get a mini project now instead of broken codes or instructional based questions? Question mark. I want to see if I'm actually good with it. Okay, I want to see if I'm actually good with it. Let me fix this, change that, goose. Okay, I've sort of learned assembly. Why not go lower onto the hardware and even more difficulty to learn? Honestly, that's pretty insane. I already respect you for learning all those. Good job. Okay, I should honestly learn assembly and all that as well, but after Python. Okay, finally, Vivek, look at you. You got this pixel perfect collision down. I can see the confidence radiating through your code. Alright, here's your mini project. No hand holding. Let's see if you're really ready. Mini project Dodge the Boss. Objective: make a small game where your player can move freely and an NPC boss moves randomly on the screen. When the player touches the boss's pixel perfectly, the game prints ouch collision once and resets the boss to a new random position. Requirements: player controlled with arrow keys cannot leave the screen. Bounce boss enemy random string position moves in a simple pattern: left, right, up, down, or teleports randomly after collision. Okay, collision. Use pixel perfect collision with mask pygame.mask to surface print collision text only once per collision. Optimized challenge. Okay, for bonus, add a score counter. Okay, I didn't learn about the score counters. A few hints: use random int for the boss position. Remember to scale images before creating rec/masks. Make sure your blitz use rec positions. Like, I expect this to be clean. No broken paths, no half measures. When you finish, send me the code and I'll review it like a sensei would in front of the entire dojo. You ready to dominate some project? Honestly, yeah. But before I do that, I want to use the restroom real quick. So give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back and use the restroom real quick. Alright, mic testing, mic testing. Okay, perfect. Ta-da. Alright, so let's actually make that. So what did I have to make again? Make a small game where your player can move freely and your NPC and an NPC PNG boss moves randomly across the screen. Okay, so let me go with Control A. Take a good look before I delete the whole stuff. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. I see. Okay, so let me start off by importing Pygame. So let me import Pygame, then initialize Pygame by typing pygame.init. There we go. Then let me add a comment that says variables. Or honestly, I feel that's just like a waste. So let me create a clock variable so that equals to pygame.time.clock. Okay, I'll add a comment that says FPS controller. Okay, and then let me add my display. So for my display, let me add, let's see, a variable called screen. Screen equals to pygame dot display dot set underscore mode. Okay, and then let me create a width and height variable. I'll set that equal to, my width is going to be 800, height is going to be 600. Let me fix my typo. Can add my width and height variable here. Alright, perfect. And then let me actually add a caption. So I'll go with pygame.display.set or set underscore caption. I'll set my caption to something like dodge the boss. Alright, perfect. And then let me go ahead and let's see. Excuse me, guys. Let's load my images. So let's load images. So to load my images, I'll go with player underscore PNG. Or I'll just go with player underscore image equals to pygame.image.load. Then I'll give my image path, that's games items, to forward slashes. I think it goes in NPCs category. Yep. And then my player PNG. I will convert it to alpha because it's a PNG. And then I'll go with an enemy underscore image. Okay, I'll set that equal to pygame.image.load. Okay, then let me go with the file path, game items, and then NPC, do forward slashes, and then boss PNG. Okay, there we go. Dot, I'll convert this to alpha as well, so convert underscore alpha. Alright, perfect. Okay, I loaded my image. Next up, I gotta transform my image. So transform um and position. Okay, let me fix my typo. Transform and position. Okay, so to transform my image, let me go with, actually let me zoom in a bit. Okay, I'll go with my image name. So player underscore image equals to a tuple. One is gonna be my player underscore image. Okay, the second one's gonna be, let's see, the second one's gonna be an integer. Okay, maybe with this, go with int. There we go. Okay, the second one's gonna be an integer. Let's see, I'll go with my player underscore image dot get width. Okay, and I'll multiply that dot get width, and then um I'll multiply that with size. So let me create a refactored size variable. Let's set that equal to 0.1, which is 10%, multiplied by refactored size. Okay, then I'll add a comma, go here, go with an integer. Okay, and then go with my, honestly, I might add this in the new line as well. And then copy that, paste it here, delete that. Okay, and close that. Go there, do that, delete that. Okay, and then I don't know, get this back. That looks much cleaner. Okay, now I'll go with my player underscore image dot get height. This time I'll get the height of my image and I'll multiply that by my refactored underscore size. Okay, perfect. Now let me do the same thing, but with my enemy underscore image. I'll set that equal to a tuple. This is going to be my enemy underscore image. There we go. Okay, and then I will add a space, maybe another one. Go there. Okay, and now here, let me add an integer, which is going to be my enemy underscore image dot get underscore width. I'll get the width of my image, of my enemy image PNG, and multiply it by my refactored underscore size. Okay, and then I'll do the same thing for my height. So integer enemy. Okay, so my enemy image, ensure running, enemy underscore image dot get underscore height. I'll get the height of my image and I'll multiply it by my refactor underscore size. Okay, there we go, perfect. Alright, and then I loaded my image, transformed my image. Next up, I gotta create a rectangle and a mask. So let me go with player underscore rect equals to my player rect is my my player dot image dot get rect. Okay, so player underscore image dot get underscore rect. Now top left equals to, did they dot did the get underscore rect make sense? I'm pretty sure it did. Let me go with 300, 100 by 300. This should be in a tuple. Okay, wait. The get rect should have my image in it. So my player underscore image. So I learned assembly is just the human readable equivalent of binary or machine code. Oh, I see. Okay. So my player rect equals image dot get rect. For my images, top left and then a tuple. Okay, so I just saw the reference dot. Okay, so I was actually correct. So top left equals to a tuple 100 and 300. Why am I like messing? So image rex, for my image rex, uh okay, I did forget one thing. Pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, there. So I scale that. Let me actually type this whole thing again. So enemy underscore image equals to pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, so I scale my image. My image is my enemy underscore image, comma. Actually, let me go with an int, comma. It's the same thing actually. You can just go here for it to look good. Okay, so I'll go with my enemy underscore image dot get underscore width. Okay, I'll multiply that with my refactored size. Okay, this day I might just remove one from there and add this here, comma. Wasn't this should have been correct? So it says pygame.transform.scale enemy image. Okay, apparently this should be in a tuple. There, delete that. Add a tuple. Okay, so my size should be in a tuple. Okay, so that's my image. My size in a tuple. Okay, and then do I need like another tuple or just like in one tuple? Okay, so integer, da, 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 and then after the refactored size. Okay, so integer, it's okay. I think I see. I think I see. Let me go with pygame dot transform dot scale. Okay, so firstly, I need my image name, so it's going to be my enemy underscore image, comma, and then a tuple of integer. There we go. That makes sense now. Okay, so my integer is going to be my enemy underscore image dot get underscore width. I'll multiply that with my refactored size, add a comma, go with integer, my enemy underscore image dot get underscore width. Can I multiply that with my refactored size again? There we go. I'll do that same thing with my player now. So, just check okay. So I'll go with player underscore image, which is going to be equal to pygame dot transform or dot scale. Okay. My surface is going to be my player underscore image and then a tuple and new line. There we go. I'll go with an integer, my player underscore image dot get width. I'll get the width of my player's image. I'll multiply that by my refactored underscore size. Okay, I spelled it wrong. Then I add a comma for my, this is my x-axis, and now I gotta add my y-axis. So integer player underscore image dot get underscore height. Let me multiply it with my refactored size. There we go. Now with that, this makes sense as well. So let me add my player rect. So create rex. Okay, so my player underscore rect equals to my player underscore image dot get underscore rect. Okay, and then I need a self, so my self is going to be top left equals to a tuple of 100 by 300. There we go. Now for my enemy rectangle. So for my enemy enemy underscore rect is going to be equal to player underscore image dot get underscore rect. I'll go with a top left. I'll keep that equal to 500 by 300. Ah, that was a lot. There. Okay, so image. There. Okay, let me check if I'm audible. Because I'm pretty sure I gotta change my mic. Like, okay, been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I'll probably change my mic in like about 20 minutes. Okay. Next up, I create a rectangle. Your camera is blurry. Oh, it's the zoom most likely. Let me just go to OBS. Let me go to main camera real quick. Get something close. There we go. I messed. I mean, it's the zoom, guys. Let me go here. Maybe I go a little far. I messed my camera up a little. Just the zoom. Probably because I came too close to it. So here, slowly get a little back. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, screen. I appreciate you, Sisho, for letting me know my camera was messed up. That would have been kind of bad. Maybe cancel that. All right, perfect. Okay, now let me go ahead and create rect for my enemy NPCs. Let me create masks. So it's good now. Okay, perfect. That would have been bad if my camera was blurry the whole stream. Okay, let me create mask now. Okay, so I'll go with player underscore mask. I'll set that equal to player underscore image. Actually, img dot mask dot. Oh, okay, I'm pretty sure it's get mask. And then my player rect. No, my player image. What happens if I change it to player rect? Okay, I think it's dot. I forgot. Was it get masks? So player image dot get rect. Okay, use only for collision. Player mask. Pygame dot mask dot. Okay, from surface. Oh, I forgot that. Okay, so pygame dot the mask dot from surface from underscore surface. There we go. Okay, I want my surface to be my player image. So player underscore image. Okay, this should be correct. I spelled this wrong. There we go. Okay, now let me create an enemy mask. So enemy underscore mask equals to pygame dot mask dot from underscore surface. Okay, and this is going to be my enemy or my enemy underscore image. Let me fix my typo. Okay, perfect. So I created masks. So let's see. I added a display, loaded my images, transformed my images, created my mask, and created a rect. Let me go ahead and add my player velocity. Okay, so velocity equals to 8 pixels per frame. Now for my game loop, finally. This is the only part I love, guys. The whole procedure is fun. Okay, so I'll create a is running variable. I'll set that equal to be true. Okay, and then let me add a while is underscore running while my program is running or while my is running set to true. Let me add FPS. So clock dot tick is going to be 60, which basically means 60 frames per second. Let me add a event loop. So event loop, which is going to be let me iterate over my events. So for every event in my pygame.event.get, I look for a specific event type. If my event.type equals to pygame.quit, let me just fix that. Pygame.quit, I will set my is underscore running to be equal to false. There we go. And then let me add a pygame.display.set actually dot flip. This is going to update my display, and then lastly, let me add a pygame.quit. Okay, now let me load my images in. Before that, let me actually add my player movement. So I'll go with player. Actually, I might go with the space first. So player movement. Okay, for my player movement, I'll go with a variable called keys. I'll set that equal to pygame dot or key dot get underscore pressed. Okay, and then add an if statement. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is right, if my right key gets pressed, I will increase my player underscore rex x-axis by, let's see, my player underscore velocity. If my keys at index of pygame dot key is actually dot k is left, if my left key gets pressed, I will decrease. Wait, did I spell player? Okay, so let me go with player underscore velocity. There we go. Okay, I will decrease my player rex x-axis by my player underscore velocity. And if my keys at index of pygame dot or pygame dot key is up, if my top key is pressed, I will decrease my player underscore rex y-axis by my player underscore velocity. And lastly, if my keys at index of pygame dot key is down, if my bottom key is pressed, I will increase my player underscore rex y-axis by my player underscore velocity. Okay, that should give me smooth movement. Ta-da. Alright, so that's player movement. Now let me trap player in my screen. I think the space looks good. Okay, now let me trap my player in in the window. So trap player in window. If you trap my player in window, let me go with player underscore rect dot x-axis equals to max, which is going to be 0. I'll change this later. So 0 min, which is going to be my player's rex x-axis, comma 800 minus my player rex width. There we go. Okay, let me do the same thing but with y-axis this time. So player underscore rex y-axis is going to be equal to max. I'll keep that to 0 as well for now. And min, which is going to be my player underscore rex y-axis, comma 600, my vertical window size, minus my player underscore rex height, rec dot height. There we go. Okay, that should trap my player in the window. Let me really quick load my images, or like draw. I think load makes more sense. So load images. So I'll go with a screen dot blit. Okay, let me screen dot blit my player underscore image alongside my player underscore rect. And let me screen dot blit my enemy underscore image alongside my enemy underscore rect as well. There we go. If I run the command, okay, my player can move. It leaves a trail. That trail honestly looks pretty good as well. Okay, the reason it leaves these trails is because I didn't fill my screen with anything. Okay, that looks kind of good. But let me go ahead and fill my screen. So after my for loop, let me go with a screen dot fill a good gray color, 200 200 200. Alright, perfect. Now if I run the command, my player can move without leaving any trails. Why is my NPC so uh why does my NPC look a little weird? Let's see. My refactored size 0.1. Enemy image dot get. Oh, okay, I got width twice. This should be get height. No wonder. There we go. Okay, now if I run the command, there we go. That looks much better. Is that how my NPC always looked, guys? Let me check. Get width, get height, get width, get height. Da, da, da. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how my NPCs always looked. What if I change this to 0.2? Now if I run the command, we have bigger NPCs. Okay. Although I wouldn't prefer using this like this in that case. I might yeah, I might delete that and go with 0.2 here. Like 0.2, because if I change it for one, both changes. I want my NPC, my player to be 0.1. Okay, and my NPC to be 0.2. There we go. Now my player is smaller than my NPC. My NPC should be like a monster 0.3. This is supposed to be the boss PNG. So I changed the location as well. Let's go with 500 to the left. So I'll change this to like 300. There we go. I'll change this to 400. Okay, never mind. I'll change this to 200. Okay, there we go. Okay, that looks much better. Now it looks like my puny player is trying to fight the NPC. Perfect. Okay, now that I loaded the images, did all that, trapped my player. Let me. Do I want to automate my NPC? No, I want my NPC to shoot automated attacks. Okay, that looks like a fun topic. I'll save that for the next stream. Okay, let me go with the collision detection now. Collision detection. Okay, for my collision detection, I need a offset to be okay. So offset of x-axis is gonna be equal to my player underscore rect dot x-axis minus my player underscore rect dot x-axis. This should be my enemy underscore rect. So enemy underscore rect dot x-axis. That's going to be my offset of x-axis. Now for my offset for y-axis, excuse me guys. Excuse me again, guys. Let me go with my enemy. Actually, excuse me for the third time, guys. So player underscore rect dot y-axis minus my enemy underscore rect dot y-axis. Okay, perfect. Now let me go with a overlap. So overlap equals to, this is a mask. If my player underscore rect dot x-axis overlaps with my enemy dot overlaps dot, actually, oh, this is where my mask comes. So if my player underscore mask dot overlaps with my enemy underscore mask, comma, I'll add the offset of my offset underscore x-axis and offset underscore y-axis. There we go. I'll add an if statement. If overlap, if my overlap condition is true, and let me check if I added a collision variable. I did not. Let me add a collision. I'll set that to false because no one has collided yet. I keep doing typos. Alright, there we go. Okay, if overlap, if this condition is true, I will go and add a if not collision. If my collision is set to true as well, there we go, I will print boom, collided. There we go. Maybe I add something cheesy. Truly pixel perfect. There we go. Okay, perfect. Then let me go with an actually collided, and I gotta set my collision to be equal to true. Collision to be equal to true, else I will set my this else block goes there, else I will set my collision to be equal to false. There we go. Let's check if my collision logic works. If I would run the command, there's my player, there's my NPC. If I touch my NPC, it doesn't print collision. Let's see where I messed up. I'm pretty sure I know where I messed up. Okay, minus enemies wrecked. Overlap. If not collision true, is my collision set to false? Okay, it is set to false. Offset equals player underscore rect x-axis minus this. What if I were to change this to plus? I mean, I'm pretty sure it was minus though. Okay, let's change that to minus again. Okay, overlap player underscore mask overlap enemy mask. If my player's mask overlaps my enemy's mask, and this is the offset, if overlap, if not collision, print boom collision, true, we pixel perfect collision, so that's true, else that false. It's actually pretty correct. Let me actually lubricate my lips real quick. There we go. Okay, so I blit my players, I blit my enemies on the screen. Ta-da. My overlap logic is actually pretty correct. If I messed up, it's somewhere with my... Okay, what if I were to change this to 1? What if my NPC and player were the same size? Okay, that prints Boom Collide. I knew it. Okay, let me change that back to 0.3 and that to 0.3. Go with a Control A, Control C. Get Sensei up here. Paste it at a bunch of space and say Sensei. This doesn't print the collision text because my NPC is bigger than my player question mark. Although when I kept my player and NPC to be the same size, it printed the collision text. Um, is it possible to collide my smaller NPC, actually my smaller player, with a larger NPC dot 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 question mark? I'm really bad at phrasing. Guys, I'm awful at phrasing. Okay, yes, Vivek, you're onto something. Your issue isn't the size. The pixel perfect collision works for different sized images. The problem is your code and how you created the enemy rectangle. Enemy rect equals pygame image dot get rect. Duh. Do you see that? Top left, 300, 200. You use the player's image to... Guys, I'm glad we have 3 viewers. Okay, guys, please forget everything you saw. Alright, let's see now. I spelled my enemy image. Oh my gosh. That was such a silly mistake. Okay, it still doesn't print. It still doesn't print pixel perfect collision. Okay, that's a relief. Actually, it's not a relief. What? It's the enemy image, enemy rect. Okay, let's see. Alright, do you see that? The fix. Okay, now the rect matches the enemy image, so pixel perfect collision will work no matter how big the NPC is. Other tips. Okay, I did that, although it didn't work. Did I do something wrong again? Let's Control C, get Sensei here, paste it, add a bunch of space, Sensei. I changed that, it still doesn't work, question mark. Ah, I see the problem, Vic. You're so close, but there's one critical detail screwing you over. Look at your collision offset calculation. Offset, duh. This is working for mask underscore overlap. The offset is always other rect relative to your mask, not the player relative to your image. Offset, you need to enemy rect dot x-axis minus player. Oh wait, that does make sense. Why? Mask dot overlap other mask offset checks if your mask overlaps the other mask at the given offset. Offset equals position of other mask relative to your mask's top corner. If you reserve it, the overlap coordinates are completely wrong, so no collision is detected even if your player touches the boss visually. I see. So the reason that happened is because I added player mask dot overlap enemy mask. If I had this the other way around, like Control C, Control V, oh my gosh, Control C, Control V, and Control C, Control V, Control C that, Control V that. This took way longer than it should have. Okay, this thing should apparently print pixel perfect. Okay, it shouldn't. Okay, fix that line, keep your recs and masks correct. and your similar and your smaller player colliding with a larger NPC will finally work. Okay, I did that. Oh, I gotta change. Okay, y-axis. So this should be my player underscore correct. Yeah, guys, I feel this is me getting tired. That's I'll make your excuse, guys. There we go. Boom, collided. Okay. Why does it come when I like go from here? So like, um, oh, maybe because of the space. Okay, so enemy directed y-axis, player directed y-axis. The uh, okay, I won't say doesn't work. Hold up, let me see where's this. The unsupported import statement. When did I import that? Okay, let me go with A, Control C. Go all the way down to the dog. Get Sensei back here. Okay, let me paste out a bunch of spaces and say Sensei. This works, but it feels a little cranky for some reason. Oh, Vivek, I see exactly what's making it cranky. Look at this line you just wrote. Offset equals player underscore rect dot x-axis, enemy rex x-axis, offset y, enemy rex y-axis. Are you kidding me, guys? I'm exhausted. Offset must be enemy. Okay. Offset. So enemy, this is going to be enemy underscore rect at x-axis minus my player underscore rect at x-axis. Enemy rect at y-axis, player rect at y-axis. Now this should give me perfect. Okay, there you go. Pixel perfect collision. Like what happens if I go from the bottom? Pixel perfect from the top. Pixel perfect. Okay, there we go, guys. I feel I'm way too exhausted. Okay, at least it works. Next stream, I'm honestly planning to do like a bit more than this, like adding actual level scores and everything. Also, let me say, Sensei, I got it. Although I was planning to end the stream right now, is there anything that you want to say the viewers question mark? Let's see, guys. I hope Sensei understands that. Oh, I got something to say. Listen up, viewers. Today, Vivek tackled pixel perfect collision in Pi games, the kind of stuff that separates a beginner from a developer who actually understands games. He wrestled with masks, recs, offsets, and scaling, and after some sweat, frustration, and brain explosions, he got it. If you think coding is just copying tutorials, think again. This is true learning in action, breaking things, experimenting, failing, then winning. Remember this, everyone. Steel will never become a sword without being burnt or beaten. Keep pushing your limits. If you want to make games, start small but master the basics like Vivek is doing now. And trust me, the grind is worth it. Vivek, I'm proud of you. Now go take a break. You earned it. Alright, so let me go here. Alright, there we go, guys. I know this is like too dark. I don't have lighting right now because it's kind of dark outside. Although that aside, next stream I am going to be doing a bit more than I did this stream. And yeah, those things aside, guys, I can't talk right now. If you guys enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, like, yes, my algorithm sharing makes you smile, and subscribing is like a cherry on top. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream or video. Peace. And guys, a quick shameless plug. Make sure you guys join the Discord because yeah, it's a shameless plug.